Disable host disable participant screen sharing. It's written.
Okay, can I request the host to provide access to everyone to share their screen and myself as well?
Just a second, sir.
Thank you.
It's done, sir.
All right,
Please.
thank you so much. Vanshika, can you go ahead and try now sharing your screen? Again, go to the green
Yes, sir.
and select the top left corner one that says screen.
Yes, sir.
Double click it. Wonderful. You are right there now.
Sir,
Okay.
yes, sir.
You don't seem to have that sheet that we are working on, right?
Yes, sir. I'm not able to copy that screen. Right?
You're not
So
able to
I'm
copy that screen.
yes, sir. Yes, sir. So I'm trying like practicing like this.
Give me a minute. Let me make it easy for you.
Yes.
Okay. In the message in your chat, go to your chat and copy that data that I've sent you and paste it over here in A1. Yeah, in Zoom chat. Okay, just if you go to the top, you would have an option that gives you a chat. No. Within Zoom, you have a chat window. You just need to bring up
That's
that window. There's a ribbon that might be not visible to you, but if you go and hover your mouse over it, you will get that ribbon activated, and then you on the right hand side corner you have three dots that you click on, and you get chat.
okay. Okay.
Okay, come down
Yes.
on the Zoom icon at the bottom of the system tray.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, click over here. Don't click it, just hover your mouse.
Hmm.
Okay, give me a minute. Do you see something that says approve?
Yes, sir.
Go approve it.
Already approved.
Okay, great. Give me a minute now. Okay, I'm also unfortunately not getting that. Not sure why. Not sure. Okay, don't worry. You can stop sharing your screen.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Now, what you're doing is over there, Helene, is that you first don't have this data, right? Imagine that you had this data. Um, when you're applying the sum, you need the first range, and that range is for the criteria. Then you identify and you mention the criteria over there, and then you might identify the range from where you want the sum to be done, right?
Sir, your screen is not
Your
visible.
screen was not visible, sir.
Okay. All right. Give me a minute. I'll just get rid of this. Okay. Now, when you initiate the formula, it says the range first. Now, Helene, you tell me which range should I select. Give it a try. You
D,
might be wrong. Don't worry about it.
A.
Okay. Uh, seems you've learned it by heart now.
Hmm.
So you you can just go ahead and
Hmm.
select anything you want, right?
A.
So
Yes,
I
sir.
have select A1 to A11 intentionally because you have learned the AA thing now. So this is the range I selected. What do I need out of this range?
HCl and
HCl.
Infosys.
How do I put HCl? Do I write HCl with my
No, sir. You have
keyboard?
to D14 click.
D14. Okay, great, wonderful.
And
After
then
this, what do I do? Do I put a comma?
comma,
All right.
comma.
What next?
And then Infosys D16.
D. Okay. I select this till here.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What next?
Bracket close.
Okay. I close the bracket. Okay. Just for everyone, even if you don't close the bracket and your formula is correct, you just press enter. Bracket would automatically come up. So this is how we did it. Harleen, is that clear to you now?
Yes, sir. Sir, I'm
Okay.
Vanchaka.
Come again.
I'm Vanchaka.
Vanshika. So sorry.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You clear with this?
Yes, sir.
I just copy this formula, paste it over here. It will calculate me the Infosys data as well. And the reason behind it is, if you see this formula, you would
Yes,
see it
sir.
is already pointing toward HCl. When I go one step down, like everyone knows about the relative referencing, the relative referencing would always pick up the Infosys one. And if there is something below Infosys, it would pick up that as well, but it doesn't have anything. And that's the reason it comes up with zero over here. Okay. Yeah, sure. Vanshika, Gaur, and Vanshika. I'll keep a note of that. Okay, all right. So similarly, now there might be one more criteria for you. Let me put one more criteria for you over here, and that says possibly a category over there. In these company, we have some category. So HCL category A and HCL category B, and that's only for HCL because that's a bigger one. Okay, now I have one more criteria for you that says that we also want to go ahead and find the sum of only category B of HCL sales. Okay, can someone tell me what has to be done or what have I added to the criteria now? Yes, no, maybe. Give it a guess. You might be wrong. Don't worry.
C.
Yes, so we can put a category in a formula to identify the same.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
and do I change the formula or I keep using the same formula?
Same formula.
No. That is the question. We had one category earlier or one criteria to apply, and now we have two criteria. The first criteria says, and let me do it manually for you. So the first criteria that we had said कि आप जाओ यहाँ filter लगा के HCL select कर लो और April का March का data copy करके मुझे total करके बताओ, right? That's what our initial request was. Yes, no, maybe.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
now the second criteria that has been recently added now says that in HCL you just need to talk about category B and find out the sum for March. So what do I do now?
Again, put the filter on the category.
Yes, and just keep in mind that we are not removing the first filter. We would do additional filter over here. So we are filtering a data that is already filtered. Okay. So we go select the B type of category, and now we come up that okay, how much is the total? The total would be here. So add an example. I say March, two category, two criterias,
Sir,
right?
Excel B would be.
Come again. You were not audible. Okay, don't worry. 232 is the sum. So this is the manual answer to it, right? And now what happens is I want a formula to get this to this answer, and it is as simple as what we did earlier. Here, since we have more than one criteria, this is where the existence of the other sum if formula comes up. Do you remember initially we talked about sum if and sum ifs?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So now I have two criteria, so I will look for the second criteria. So that says sum range. Now, what is the difference between these two formula? The syntax of these two formula just changes around. In the first formula, wherein we just had a singular one, sum if, it first looks for the criteria, then asks you for the sum range. But when you do a sum ifs with the S, it first looks for the sum range and then it will ask you for the criteria range. Okay. So now sum if sum range. Can anyone tell me what is the sum range we are looking for?
Sir,
Excel.
March,
Yes, you're
Excel.
right. So we select March over here. Okay. Comma. You see this gets bold and visible more. Criteria range one. What is the criteria range one?
Sir, HCL.
Okay, great. We
Uh,
select the criteria range one, comma. We then define what criteria do we want. So we keep our mouse or reference this HCL from here, comma. Criteria range two. So this is the criteria range two. And what did we think about over here to criteria? It is the criteria was B. So
B.
I would just write B for now in inverted commas, and we're done. 232 was manually calculated. This is there. Now I can just go ahead and write B over here just to make sure that I don't refer to uh, hard-coded criteria. So I will remove this B and I will refer it or reference it from this cell. Okay. And for example, Infosys, it just has one, but I just still put it over here. Let me see how it works for Infosys. Right. So Infosys is taking the whole number. Okay. Uh, any confusions?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. Let me see what next formulas we can go ahead and start doing. Okay, all right. There's just one more small segment that you guys would. Okay, now there are hundreds and thousands of formula in Excel, right? And you cannot expect to learn all those in just 1 day, 2 day, or 3 days. So do remember that these formulas you can go to FX again. You can look for the formula, whatever you have on your requirement list or you have to do as an assignment. You find the formula over here and then you refer to the formula and you just go ahead and try to break it up. Okay. So but still there are more basic formulas, like some if we have counts as well. And count, if you see, there are different kind of counts over here. Count the number of cells in the range that contains the number. count A. Let me go down. This counts the cell in the range that are not empty, that have some value. The first one was it can have only a number. The second one is looking for value, even if it is A, B, C, D or a numeric, it doesn't make a difference. Count blank is just it is going to count only blanks for you. Count if and some ifs are exactly the same as we did for sum ifs, because over there you were doing the sum, and in this situation it will just count the number of cells and not do any sum for you, right? Similarly, if we talk about average, you would see average also has the same set of functions, that is average, average a, average if, and average ifs, and so on. Okay, now if anyone in Excel sees something that says array, right, do not get confused, this is just a more technical term over here. Always replace your understanding of a array as a range, and everyone knows what the range is, right? Yes, no, maybe.
Yes.
Okay, now similarly, let's just do the count formula. Let's do it for the same set of cells. So I do a count and I select this whole stuff for you. Okay, can you tell me why is it zero? Although if I go to this data, I see that we have around 22
Because
cells
it's a
and they all,
text.
it's a text. Wonderful. Okay, let me change this with some numbers. Okay, I entered three numbers over here and the count changes to three now, right? So this is easily understandable that the count formula only count would only be looking for numeric value. If those that range that you have selected doesn't have a numeric value, it wouldn't work. Okay, now let me do a count A over here. What happens if I do a count A, irrespective of the fact what is the value within that cell, whether it is numeric or a string, alphanumeric, it would just go ahead and count anything that has a value. So if I delete this space, a lot of space, it becomes 22, right?
Sir, your
If I
sound is breaking.
okay, hang on, is that better now?
Yes, sir.
All right, am I audible now?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
right. So you guys
Yes, sir.
understand the difference between the count and count A. Similarly, if we talk about count blank, that's very easy. It will just calculate the blank. It gives me zero for this range because there is no blank. But if I delete these three, it will count a blank for me. And honestly, these all formulas will help you to actually um, get to where you want to. I mean, whatever calculation you want. Okay, so you just need to remember what you have to apply, where you have to apply, and then you arrive it. And as I said, nesting initially would not be very useful for you till the time you don't just try to understand every formula and you're not comfortable with it. So always try to break the formula, then go ahead and do nesting. Don't start the nesting in the first go. Okay, so similarly you have n number of formulas, right? And everyone has my email, everyone has my number. In case in future you face any problem, you're not able to understand the language of Google, you are free to give me a call or drop me a mail, and then we can discuss and get your issue resolved. Okay, all right, now mm, let me undo these changes that we did. Okay, now this is the data over here. Where do we go? Okay, it is IT company's data, and actually one of the company I work with. I will copy this data to a fresh sheet so it makes your life easy. Okay. What do we have in this data? We have some names. Name as per T3, that is possibly a tool, right? We have the team. Which team does this person belong to? We have a shift. We have a pod and peg. I mean, that is a kind of sub team. We have the capability. So this is actually the data for the engineering team. We have Wintel engineers. These are the Windows engineers, x86. We have got Unix engineers. These are Linux engineers, and so on. Right. This is the account. This is the client they work for. This is the shift they do. Short ID is just like your employee ID. Unit price of possibly what they were selling, and the units amount that they use. And in last, you have a total over here. The total is just a product of the number of unit into the price. Okay. Now, uh, what I want you to do is you, and I want everyone to do this. I'll just remove duplicate. Okay. There are four capability of engineers over here. x86 Unix storage. The first is I want the count of these employees. How many engineers are x86? How many are Unix? How many are storage? How many are backup engineers? Okay. The second I want you is the sum, or I can say the total sale. The total sale will you'll get from column L. This is the calculated total sale for them. Okay. And I think that is enough for now. These are the two things that you have to calculate, and I'm going to pick a name from the list over there. So everyone has to do it. Who does not have a laptop, you just tell me in advance so that I don't pick your name.
I'm not having a laptop.
All right, Abhishek.
Uh, so my
Same here,
laptop is
sir.
not supported.
I'm not
It's
having a laptop.
Me too.
Same here, sir.
All right, Rahul.
Same here, sir. Raghav.
Raghav. All right.
Sir Harsh.
All right, Harsh. Okay. Okay. Mohit Dhawan. Do we have Mohit on the call? Sachin Sharma.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mohit. I wanted you to pick up this example
Yes, sir.
uh, and do this calculation that is listed over here at the bottom. I'll just create it out for you.
Sir, actually, I'm watching the Zoom video from my mobile. Due to
Okay.
some reason, my laptop is not working. So I will definitely do it. I'm screenshotting it. I will once do it and show it to you the next time. Is that okay, sir?
Yeah, I mean that's not okay, but it's okay. If you
Oh,
can't. Sachin Sharma.
Yes, sir.
Uh, you have access to your laptop. Can you share your screen? Can you
No,
get this doing?
no, sir.
Okay, I think no one is
Lit-
going to be able to do that today, right? Someone would not have their laptop working. It really makes no sense to come to this task without a laptop and without you having any interest in doing it. So I'm not too sure why you guys are here just to hear some audio or a lecture kind of stuff.
Sir, can I try?
Yeah, please go ahead. I'll stop sharing your screen. My screen, you can go ahead now.
Yes, sir.
And sales, total sales. Okay, go to column F, select everything uh, from capability. Yeah, very good. Copy it and just write it copy it, copy.
Copy.
Yeah, and write it besides on the left hand side of count. Where you have written count at the bottom, go to the left of it. Left, left, left. Go to the left of count that you've written. Go to the left of count. Yeah, one more left. Yeah, paste it over here. Just paste it simply. Okay. Now go to data bar at the top in the data ribbon. Yeah.
1
Press.
second.
Yeah. Okay. Take your time. Okay. Press escape. Escape. Okay. Go to
Yes.
data. At the top of your window of your Excel sheet, you see data. There's a ribbon
Yes,
over
sir.
there. Okay. And you click on remove duplicates. Okay. Select what you copied first. Select what you copied. Yeah. No, 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 not there. Down, down. Yeah. Okay. Go and remove duplicates now. Continue with the selection criteria. Go back again. Undo, undo, undo. Yeah. Select the second one. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead. Now this remove duplicate. Okay. Do an okay. Yeah. Okay, now this remove duplicate does nothing. It looks into the range that you have selected, and you have to have a range selected to remove duplicates.
Yes, sir.
After you have the range selected, you click on remove duplicate. It would do a simple thing that it will remove any kind of duplicate. So in case x86 is coming 10 times, it will remove it and give one only entry. It looks for a unique record. So it just creates a unique record, removing the duplicates. Okay, just
Okay,
to
sir.
make it easy for everyone. All right, now what you need to do is you need to count me the number of x86 engineers, the number of Unix engineers, storage engineers, backup engineers. Give me the count of such engineers, and then also find out what is the total sales done by each set of engineers. I mean, each set of capability of those engineers.
Sir, I'm not getting a point. Actually, what, sir, I have to select this.
Okay, you need to find out how many x86 engineers do you have. How would you do it manually?
X86 are this,
Yeah,
and sir, this.
wonderful, great. So how many are there in total?
Sir, there are 6, and this one is 9. Totals are 15.
Okay, press your shift key and then select the bottom x86 as well. Okay, let me see. X86. Okay, sorry. Do the control. Use the control key
Yes,
and
sir.
then select the bottom one. Then you will be able to select multiple at a time. Yeah. Then the control key. Keep pressing the control key. Okay. So
Yes, sir.
that brings it to 15. Okay. I want you to formulate this and get me the count of x86 at the bottom where you have written count. How do you do that? Okay. Don't worry. Don't worry. In the count, just below that, uh, keep your cursor
Yes,
and
sir.
start the formula. Equals to. Okay. What should be the formula? You're counting something, right?
Yes, sir.
And you have a criteria to count. So count if would be the best one.
If,
Yeah. You open the bracket now. Okay. Now what is the range? Range of the criteria. You select this column F1 till F22.
yes, sir.
Yeah. Select it. Yeah. Select from the top from capability till the last x86. Wonderful. Do a comma. Great. And what is the criteria? You want x86. So x86 that is on the left hand side. No, no, no. Don't click there. On the left hand side x86. Below
Yes.
capability, just go to the left, hover your mouse on the left of this formula that you have written. Yeah, little more, go more. x86 दिख रहा है आपको बराबर में लिखा हुआ है वहां पे आपको माउस रखना है.
So इधर.
Yes, इस x86 पे रखिए माउस. No, no, you're not an x86. Yes, now you are. Press enter. ये वही नंबर है जो आपने अभी कंट्रोल करके.
Yes, sir.
Right. Similarly, what you need to do now is you need to calculate for Unix
Okay, sir.
storage. Now, before you do that, you need to make sure that you freeze the range that you selected. आपने जो range ली थी from possibly the F1 till F22, that should be freeze. Otherwise, when you copy the formula down, it will keep changing the range and it will give you all wrong numbers. Okay. So in this
Yes.
formula, F2 से लेके F22 को select करिए अपने cursor से. No, 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 no. Go to the formula. Click on the formula. No, no, no. You don't need to write a new one. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wonderful. In the formula bar where you are right now,
Yes,
select
sir.
F2 till F22. उसको select कर लीजिए.
F2 to
नहीं नहीं
F.
फॉर्मूले के अंदर
Okay, sir. Sir.
फॉर्मूले के अंदर. Yes, you got it now. Okay, आपने यहाँ पे ब्रैकेट भी सेलेक्ट, parenthesis भी सेलेक्ट कर रखा है. Have a look.
Yes, wait a minute, sir.
Okay. अब आप you freeze it. How do you freeze it? You use dollar signs to freeze any range. So you press F4 and possibly you Control X, Control Z. Okay. Press F4 on your keyboard, and if F4 works with the function key, press Fn and F4 simultaneously.
Sir, yes,
Yeah.
I have pressed the
Yeah.
four.
So press function F4. What happens? Nothing happens.
So my project screen is opening.
Okay. Then you do function and F4.
सर डायरेक्टली
हाँ
डॉलर नहीं
लगा
लगा
सकते हैं.
सकते?
So like this.
No. Undo. Control Z. मैनुअली जाके F2 F से पहले डॉलर लगाओ, 2 से पहले डॉलर लगाओ, फिर सेकंड F से पहले डॉलर लगाओ एंड 27 से पहले डॉलर लगाओ. 22 से पहले. Yes, you got it now. Everywhere a dollar. No, no, no. Go back. Go back. You don't need a dollar over there. F से पहले डॉलर. Yeah.
So wait up.
Okay. पहले वाले F से भी पहले डॉलर लगाओ. F.
सर डी पे भी डॉलर लगेगा?
नहीं, D पे डॉलर नहीं लगेगा.
Sir, is it okay?
No, you still need a dollar after the Fs. After both the Fs, you need a dollar. Yes, over here and here. Okay, press enter. Okay, now copy this formula from x86 और इसको नीचे drag कर दो 3 सेल तक. Okay, now just validate कि आपके numbers ठीक आ रहे हैं कि नहीं आ रहे हैं.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. You can just stop sharing your screen and I'll start mine.
Okay, sir.
Sir,
Yeah.
sir, one thing, if you are doing without dollar, the answer is same.
No, it would not be same because it would not select the complete
Sir,
range.
I have that.
The range will go down.
I have that. So, I think we are getting this answer. I can show by sharing my screen.
That's Vaibhav, right?
Sir.
Okay, Vaibhav, you might get it correct for now, but when you have a long data and your data keeps changing, it will definitely be wrong.
Sir, it depends. What are you setting? If I'm selecting exact range from the starting, so I will not get error. If you are setting the complete row, they get the error, so it freezes. But if you are seeing the data, तो problem ही नहीं आएगी. Starting से ही सिर्फ किया था. मैंने पूरी row नहीं की थी, पूरा row column.
हाँ, okay. अगर आपने row select कर रखा है तो कोई problem नहीं आएगी आपको.
Sir, your screen is not visible.
All right, give me a minute. So Vaibhav, you're right. If you have selected the complete row, Vaibhav, then you would not have to freeze. हम freeze कहाँ करते हैं?
Okay.
जहाँ पर हम एक range define कर रहे होते हैं. जब आप एक पूरा column या row select करते हो तो आपने वहाँ पे define करने के लिए सिर्फ वो column और row छोड़ रखा होता है. There is nothing else that you have to freeze over there. Got me? आपके formula में, and the formula that we just saw on the screen a few minutes before, आपने पूरा कॉलम F कोलन F ले रखा है. यहाँ पे उसने F1 से लेके F22 लिया था. Am I right? Yes, no, maybe. And that is the whole game over there of freezing. So freezing of a range is only required when you have selected a specific range. If you have selected the row or column completely, it would not be required. Okay, let's come back over here. We calculated the count and I want the total sales, so I'll do a sum over here. Sum if range is this one, criteria is x86, and then I do a sum over here. Okay, we have already done these two now. the reason that I have redone this topic or tried to get this formula again for you that we did earlier is to make you understand that this that you have done, that possibly some of you are finding it very tough to do, right? You can do this with a pivot, and pivot is another very useful topic or a useful tool to calculate a set of range for you, and it can give you different views. Okay, and you would not have to do this manual calculation that you do over here. So all those novice people in the office who don't know how to formulate, or don't want to get into the complexity of getting the formulation done, they will always prefer to use a pivot. Okay, so let's come to pivot now. So what happens is, when you want to create a pivot, and what is a pivot? If you have a complete range of set of data and you want to convert it into some numbers without making formulation, there is a wizard within Excel that helps you to convert that data into possibly a four corner chart, and it will give you some numbers, and you can then play around with whatever you want to get through to. Okay, now how do we do the pivot? We just select the range that you want, any range that you want to work on. You possibly go to data, insert, and you have a pivot here. Okay, you have a pivot chart, you have a pivot table. It depends on you what you do. These days people prefer to have charts with pivot data itself, because that easily keeps changing when you change your criterias over there, right? But for now, let me just select the pivot chart and table. So when I click on pivot chart and table, it will ask you what is the range. It will take that range that is already selected. If you've not selected a range, then you can define the range whatever you want. So over here, and can you see the dotted lines? They represent what has been selected in the background, or what has been selected in this wizard that you see on your screen, the create pivot table. Okay, now use external data. This would only come into picture if you are using external data. So some folks also link their Excel to some SQL files or some database files that are online, or uh, tools like Azure and so on. Okay, choose where you want the pivot report to be replaced. You want the pivot report to come somewhere itself over here, or you want a new sheet or new tab to show up that. So I will select a new worksheet, and choose whether you want to analyze multiple tables. No, we will not get into this. This is more complex for you. This is data models. Click on OK. That's it. Okay. Now over here, if you have a look, all those fields that you saw in the pivot or in our raw data, let me go back to the raw data. This was the raw data, right? And we came, as soon as we do a pivot, it will open a new sheet. It automatically opened a new sheet and named it as sheet 3. You can rename it to whatever you want it to be. And can you see these name per T3, team shift, all these fields, right? All these fields are coming from the data that we talked about, that we selected. Anyone unclear with that? Any confusions till now?
No, sir.
All right.
No,
Now,
sir. No, sir.
this is a raw data. Okay, a raw pivot. We have not made any criteria to it. We have not set up what we want to set up. On this pivot, you would see there are four corners on the right hand side bottom corner, right? Drag fields between areas below. So one is for filters, the other one is for the legend or the series. You can say this is a tabular column specifically. Then we have got the category, and then we have got the values. Now, for example, we were talking in this specific formula. Where did we go? Over here we talked about x86 to Unix and storage, right? We did this calculation, and I intentionally got you do this so that we can know what does it help in Excel, right? So I came over here and select the capability and drop it over here. Do you see it comes over here? This was the first part that we did when I told you to put this data over here and remove duplicate. So the first thing that the pivot has done, it has removed duplicate. It selected the whole range of data and it removed the duplicate, gives you only four options. Okay. Now, second is you want the count of the folks, right? The count of backup, count of Excel. Okay. Now, if you see over here, it brings backup, storage, Unix. This is automatically done alphabetical order. Okay. If you want to change the alphabetical order, you can sort again by Z2A and it will give you x86 Unix as it was earlier. Now, you want the count of it, right? In sheet 2 we just look for the count, right? How do I get the count? I just pick up any row, any column, any field, and I put it instead of the value. Does it give you the same count as we calculated over here in sheet 2?
Yes, sir.
15213, 15213, same over here. Did we do any formulation? No, we did not. So this is the role of the pivot, that you would not need to do formulation, and you can see some graphical charts as well if you want. And this chart would keep changing as I select these options over here. Okay. Now I want another set of data. I just copy this chart and I paste it over here. And from here, I remove the value and I bring the totals over here. Total price. Now you see this sum, and I did not tell the pivot or Excel that I want the sum to be done. Wherever it identifies that it has to be a value only, it will take the value. Wherever it identifies it has to be the count, it will take the count. So Excel is smart enough to identify what are they looking for. They would understand from the type of data that we have. Okay. Now in the second scenario, you will see that this is the total sale for x86, total sale for Unix, storage, and backup. If I go to sheet 2, this is the same numbers that I'm getting over here. Yes, no, maybe.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So
Sir, can we copy the whole chart also?
yes, you can copy the chart. Let me try do it. I never tried it, but no, it's not
Sales to
working.
sum of the total price.
Let me check. No, it's not copying. So if you need another chart, you will go to the sheet 2 and do another wizard. That is again easy stuff.
And the power
You go to pivot. Where is pivot?
Insert
Insert
insert.
pivot
the
chart.
chart. Pivot.
Do it again. Bring in the names over here. The capability, and then you bring this total sum and you get the chart. So if you want another chart, you would do the wizard again. You would rerun the pivot again. But the first way that I did it was I just copied the pivot. In that copying the pivot, it wouldn't give you this whole thing. All right.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay.
Now this is why I mean XYZ person would use a pivot, because you don't need to formulate it. It is easy for you to do a drag and drop instead of doing this formulation over here. But that doesn't mean that you're going to run from those formula. You might be in such a situation that you cannot apply a pivot as well. You need a formula only. So that is when you should know how to apply. I'm going to delete this sheet 4. We don't need it for now. Okay, come back to pivot. Okay, now this is just two pivots that I've created, and I'm going to put this aside for some time. You can make changes to the way you see your data, right? For example, you want to just go ahead and write over here total price. So this is editable, and you can just go ahead and write number of engineers. So, okay, now let me go back to the sheet 2. What I want is I want the engineers who are working 24/7. So what have I done? What have I more applied to it? I have said that I want more criteria. How do I apply the criteria in pivots? Is I just go and use filters over there. राइट जब आप मैनुअली फिल्टर कर रहे थे, जब हम मैनुअली काम को कर रहे थे, तब भी हमने क्या किया था, फिल्टर लगाया था, ड्रॉप डाउन जाके वी selected the criteria and that's how we did it, right? Over here also what you would do is you will just go into the filters and whatever you want to put as a criteria, you can put that as a filter. So I was talking about the shift. We want to know how many of these x86 or these engineers are working 24/7. So I go here and I drop this shift into this filter box, right? And then I click over here and see what do I need. So it tells me we have America region, Australia region, and EMEA region, right? So instead of that, let me select the other shift. That was shift timing. Now here comes what we wanted, shift timing. It will give you the different shift timings, and what we were looking for as a criteria was the 24 by 7. But to select this, you either just select it and click OK, or you can also select multiple items, and then you can see that you'll have a tick box over there. You can click OK. So out of these many engineers that we had, right? Let me undo this. We had 21 engineers initially, and if I look at only those engineers who are 24 by 7, we have 14 of them only. Okay, rest work in different shifts. They don't cover 24 by 7. Any confusion still now?
No, sir.
Can you come again, sir, with this shift
Yeah,
timing thing?
we'll do it again. Okay. Now, this chart that is linked to this pivot, this is not a separate pivot. The way you change your chart, your pivot, it would change the chart automatically. Okay, so don't expect that you would do something, but the only thing is that you have those filters, whatever filters and criteria that you have applied to the pivot, they would also show you in the chart itself, and you can make those changes in the chart also. So as an example, I want just storage guys, so I go to the chart and select storage guys. Now these are two interlinked, they're correlated. If you change the one part of it, it would change the other. So if you change the pivot, it will change the chart. You change the chart, it will change the pivot. Okay. So let me just undo
Okay.
this filter. Okay, right. For those people who wanted to redo this exercise, so this is the first criteria was, or what I was trying to explain you is, all these formula that we do can be done in the pivot as well. And how do we apply a pivot? We select the whole range that we want to apply a pivot to. We go to insert, we go to pivot chart and table. If you just want pivot chart, you can go with pivot chart as well, but it's good to have pivot chart and table both adjacent to each other. It will come up with this window. You just need to identify that you have the right range listed over here and you have the new sheet, and you click on OK. Or let me do one thing. Let me try this with existing worksheet. In existing worksheet, I want it to be l- visible over here. I click on OK. Okay. Now this is how it looks. I have put this pivot this time on the same sheet. I'm not using a new sheet over here. And then you can easily go ahead and put the capability and whatever you want. If you want the total price, you can put the total price over here. It will automatically calculate. If you want filters, you just select that whatever filter you want. I would select this time pod and pack. I go over here, and if this pod and pack, it will give me two things. It will give me either backup or pod. Okay, I don't want this. I remove it. I just drag it, bring it back to the list over there. And if I want something else like a shift timing, I can select this shift timing, drag it. I don't want it. I just throw it back, and I can go ahead and select, what do we call it, account is the name of the client that we're working for. I just want to see three account, that is any three of them. So I have multiple options to select. I select only three accounts, the ones that start with B, and I click on OK. This is how it looks, right? I want another pivot, and I don't want to chart, so I go ahead and copy this over here, and then I can make changes. You can just get rid of this and bring the names. You will get what you need to be. I mean, just the count of the folks. You want to go ahead and sort it that way, you can sort it the way you want to. You want to make changes, you can make changes and select it. Okay. So that's the most easiest part of pivot, is that you have a lot to do a hidden trial, and that hidden trial would easily help you come to your requirement or your answers. Okay. Any confusion with this part?
So you can put that sum of total
No, sir.
price and count of name in same table. Like on value, you can put more than one like criteria.
Come again.
I'm saying that here you can make two tables, right?
Hmm.
So you can, there are two tables, right? One is count of names and one is
Hmm.
sum of total price.
Yeah,
So
you're
you
right.
can bring count of name and sum of total price against row label, matlab, on one table only,
Okay, you mean to
on
say
one
that
chart.
on this first one, if I go ahead and possibly put a name over here or shift team, something like this.
No, sir.
Okay,
Uh,
you want to share my screen?
okay.
Okay, do you have an option control? Yes, no, maybe.
Uh, मेरे को दिख तो नहीं रहा request. Yes, sir.
You got it?
Yeah.
All right, approved. Go ahead.
Sir, can you undo that chart?
You let me get you. Do you want the chart? Should I delete it?
No, sir. Don't
Okay,
delete it.
you
Just
have the control. You can do whatever you want now. Okay.
sir, सर ये मैं इस पे कर सकती हूँ काउंट ऑफ नेम और टोटल सम ऑफ टोटल प्राइस जो है एक ही चार्ट पे मैं बोल रही हूँ
हम्म। तो आप नीचे वाले पे चली जाइए, नीचे वाले पिवट पे जाइए।
सर नीचे वाला
ये वाला जो पिवट है जो
हाँ
जहाँ
हाँ
काउंट दे रहा है वहां पे जाइए, उसको सेलेक्ट करिए। Okay, this is for everyone. The field list on the left hand side, the field, the pivot chart field that is written, that would only come up when you have selected the pivot and whichever pivot you have selected. For now, she is working on the first pivot, and that is the reason only the left hand side is showing for the first pivot. Uh, if you come to the second pivot below it and you click your mouse on it or you select it over there, आप वो नीचे आके सेलेक्ट करिए उसको जहां पे काउंट दे रखा है, इसको सेलेक्ट करेंगे। नाउ इज what you see on the right hand side is what is related to that chart. Now आप changes करिए जो करना चाह रही थी आप। Okay, all right, got you. Right. So this is the another way of bringing both the charts into the same place. Okay, and you can do a lot of permutation combinations with this. It all depends on your clicks and what you want to drag and drop. So for example, I recently just took a team over here and I put it over here. It will give me the I solve. What team do they belong to? They belong to I action, all these in the pivot. It is all up to you how you want to do it. Now you would not get it in one go, but you keep doing the hidden trials and you will get it. So for example, I remove this value, I don't want this, I don't want this, and I want a tabular format. So I take this capabilities from here and put it over here, and then I bring in the theme and put it below it in the values. So this is the other way of looking into it. Okay, so anyone who could not understand how do we come to this page and what is this field pivot and what are these four corners of these pivot chart? Okay, good, fine. We'll take a 10 minutes break. And what's the time? It is 11:30. 11:45 we'll come back, all of us.
Okay, sir.
Right, thank you.
Sir, I have a question.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Yeah, so when we are calculating the total price in the previous sheet sample data,
Hmm.
so yes, so when we are calculating the total price, तो हम लोग उसको total price को भी freeze कर रहे थे formula में.
Just a minute.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Now over here we have not freezed anything. So range select कर रहे हैं specific, then you will have to freeze it.
Okay, sir. Okay.
But it is
Thank you.
important to understand कि ये जो हमने selection करे हैं, ये selection और ये selection, they should be equal, right?
Okay, okay. Yes,
ये
yes.
नहीं कि
Got it.
this one should not be more or this one should not be less, because later on that can create a problem for you, right? Or in the calculation. But yes, you would have to freeze wherever required.
Okay, sir.
If
Thank
you're
you.
selecting the whole column, as someone on the call was talking about, that he was not facing a problem when he copied it. So if you select this whole thing instead of just the range, then you would not have to freeze.
Okay, okay, sir.
Okay. And freezing also depends on whether you're moving the formula from left to right or from top to bottom. If you're moving from left to right, you will have to freeze the column only and not the rows. If you're moving from top to bottom or bottom to top, then you will have to freeze the rows and not the columns. Right? It is just exactly as we did in the last class about relative and absolute referencing.
Okay, okay, sir.
Okay. All right. So
Thank you.
let's come back to the sheet. Okay. Now that everyone understand what the pivot was, why did we use it, right? Uh, People should also know how to change the pivot. Right. So for example, you're here on a pivot. When you've selected a pivot, let me bring this down. When you've selected a pivot, you would see on the top, you would have analyze, a new tab that comes up, and design. As soon as you unselect this pivot, that means you're not putting your cursor on this pivot anywhere, analyze and design will go away. Okay. So these analyze and design, whether it be a chart or a pivot, these two buttons at the top on the ribbon, they would only appear when you have something selected. You have either the pivot selected or a chart selected or anything that is selected, then only it will come up. Okay. Now what are these analyze and design for? Okay, let me first talk about analyze. Refresh data. Okay, what happens sometimes is that this data that we were working on, right? Let me just delete this part. Imagine today we have this much data, this much. You have to read the complete data. Okay. Now, initially we see what is the data, what is the source of this pivot, right? So I go ahead and select change data source. As soon as I click on change data source, these dotted lines will tell you how much data has been selected. Now over here, yesterday we had only just few like 22 lines. Today we have more than 22. Tomorrow we'll have more data, because these data keeps increasing as you start collating. This is raw data coming from some tool. Okay. Now you would see that, sorry, come back again. Okay, you would see that the bottom data is not selected. So what we'll have to do is we'll have to increase the range. So instead of increasing the range, if I select the whole column over here like this, You see the whole range is selected as A to L, and I click on OK. And as soon as I do that, these numbers over here would change, and this is where we need the refresh formula or the refresh button. The refresh button, what does it do is, in case in your data you have increased the data, the raw data is coming up more, so that source file from where you have the source of this pivot, right, that would need to be refreshed when you're there on the sheet. If you're saving the sheet and you're reopening the sheet, it will automatically refresh. But for this, you need to make sure that the data source that you've selected has a complete column over here till the bottom, so that you don't have to manually change the range of the data. Okay, any confusion in understanding this part?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Okay, so this is a very important thing, that till the time you don't select this pivot, these two tabs or ribbons would not appear. You have to select this data, then only it would appear over here. Analyze and design. Now, analyze would also, if you want slicers, slicer is just something like this. I'll take a slicer and show you how does a slicer look. Now, this is a slicer. Slicer is usually used, I mean, this is a new update to the Excel. Earlier, the old versions of Excel would not have a slicer, right? So you just go ahead and select name. Slicer will do the filtering for you. Click OK. And now you have these slicers. You click on any one of them. For you to example, you click on only BBT. So it will just take up the data for BBT. You click on this X, it will remove all the filters. You go to pod peg, you want only pod backup, it will only show that. You can remove this slicer. So slicer is nothing but it is additional filters that you want in case you actually require. Okay, and for deleting it, you just need to select the whole slicer and you delete it. So don't get confused with it. uh, this is just an option that you want so that you make your data more presentable. Usually these slices are used for those top management who don't know Excel too much and don't even want to know. They just want options to go ahead and select so that they understand how the data looks like. Okay, I'll go back to analyze and see what else do we have for you. uh Clear, pivot, this is all easy stuff.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I don't have the analyze option in my Excel.
Have you clicked on the pivot?
Yes, sir.
If you have clicked on the pivot, on any part of the pivot, you would then have the analyze or design.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Okay, without clicking on the, if you have not selected the pivot, then it would not come up. Okay, now in the design option, you just have some looks and feel that you want, right? Color coding. You want to have a look on the row column headers. If you want, you just untick them. Rest of it is all subtotal. Possibly you do not want to show subtotal, so these are grand total over here, and then you have subtotal against all the cells as well. So you have an option to go ahead and remove, let me just say off for row and column. So these subtotals at the bottom, they get rid of that. So this is totally depending on what the requirement is, whether you want to see that or not. So I'll keep it on for now, but if you don't want it, you have an option to change it. Okay, all right. So apart from pivot, right, we have something called as core pivot or power pivot as well, right? And I'm just telling you, just for informational purpose, we would not be doing it because that is more towards data models. And once you'll have to install the add-ins on your computer, on your Excel, so that those get visible. So those power pivot and core pivot, that are specifically for data modeling, specifically to join different sets of data in Excel or in any tool that you have on your system, right? So don't get confused with power pivot, core pivot. You just have to ignore it for now. Once you're well versed with the Excel and pivot, that is when you will come to that stage. And usually uh, people in data analytics, MIS, and all those people use that. Okay, fine. Now I will move to an important formula that you guys would always have to use, or the requirement would be there to use, would be uh, the VLOOKUP. Okay, so I'm sure many of you have might have heard of VLOOKUP. So what is VLOOKUP? Okay, let me just remove duplicates. Okay, now we have again the same data that we'll be working on, right? And I have a different sheet for you now. I'll delete this sheet one. Sheet two is not required. We come to sample data. Okay, now this is the data that we had, right? And in a new sheet, I'll be putting in the formula, I mean the requirement, and I'll get rid of any duplicate, remove duplicate. Okay, so now we have these many folks mentioned over here, around 15 of them, and I need some data for them. And where do I get this data? This is the raw data for this VLOOKUP, right? And okay. Now, what is a VLOOKUP? Uh, the name itself says that we are looking up for something. We are looking for something within a specific raw data, and V is for vertical. We also have H lookup that you would hardly use, right? 99% of the time we are using H lookup only, V lookup only. H lookup is rarely used, so don't confuse yourself with the H lookup. Focus on V lookup. As I said in the previous topics, as you get familiar with it, you easily would know how to use the H lookup as well. Okay, now uh, imagine I just asked someone that Vikram Yadav, right? There is a person name in this raw data as Vikram Yadav, and we want to find out what is the skill set of Vikram. What would you do manually as a layman? Anyone?
Can you repeat again?
Do you see this raw data in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to understand, I want to know there is a person named as Vikram Yadav, right? I want to know what capability does he work on? What kind of engineer is he? Is he a Windows engineer or a Unix engineer or storage or backup? And which account does he work for? Or which client does he work for? How do I get that information?
So we apply the VLOOKUP formula.
Okay, forget about the VLOOKUP formula. We don't know anything about VLOOKUP. Manually, how would you do it?
So manually we filtered the thing. Filters, mention the filters, and then.
Okay, guide me. I have done the filter for you. What next?
So it is drop down.
Drop down. Okay. What next?
And search the Vikram.
So,
Unselect all first, and then the Vikram.
okay. Why should I not just go ahead in the search bar over here and write Bikram? Does that work?
Yes, sir. First, sir, unselect all, then we select. Yes, sir.
Does it work?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, can you tell me what is Vikram's capability?
Unix.
So he's a Unix engineer. Which account does he work for?
Yes, sir.
PSL. Okay. Now, how did you find that? You did a filter first, and you made sure that only Vikram Yadav was selected, and then you went from Vikram to how many did you go to the right? You went around 6 cells to find out the capability. Am I right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. And then I said find the account. Then you from Vikram you went around how many cells? You went around 7 cells on the right to find out the account, right? Now, if everyone remembers when we were doing relative referencing or referencing, how did we go ahead and check the reference? Is that if you're changing any formula, you need to make sure that we are moving from left to right, top to bottom, and the same way the formula should also work. And the other part uh, that we were learning was, when it is a referencing, we should know that where are we moving from or how many columns are we moving to. Okay, so similarly VLOOKUP also, it makes sure that referencing is also there. You would have to make sure that you're referencing the cells properly, and when you're looking for something, you should know that which cells are you looking from. So as we earlier said, uh, let me go back to the formula that we used somewhere over here. You remember this table that we did, wherein we were trying to bring up the multiplication table from 1 to 10, and we multiplied some number into the above one, and when I copied this number everywhere, I saw that they were wrong numbers. I mean, we didn't get the right results, right? So if you remember, whenever I used to do a F2, and F2 is for evaluating a formula, right? It told me that the formula is set, and I have given instructions to Excel that it will go to the left of it, multiply that by exactly a number that is above it, right? So it goes minus left and minus up. Okay. Similarly, you go to any of these, it will always use the same logic. It will go to the left of it, check that number, multiply by the number that is just above it. Go to any cell over here, and that is actually what referencing is. That is the relative referencing, that as you move your formula, the logic would remain same. It would go to the left, select the number, multiply it by the top number. So let me come back to this over here. So over here, what we did is, to do find Vikram Yadav's capability and account, I possibly do a filter, or I can do a control F. I can write Vikram over here. And when I find Vikram, I will go how many columns? I go 6 columns to the right, and I find Unix. If I go 7 columns to the right, I find BSL. Okay. Now, why am I talking about these numbers 6 and 7? Column A is number 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. Okay. So now when we want a formula to find out what is the capability of this engineer, capability, and what account does he work for, this is a layman way of finding it. I want Hitender Singh. Go to the data, Saxena, then find him, and then for these two, I copy it over here and paste it in the answer box. That's what we do, right? Any confusions in this manual part of doing it? Yes, no, maybe?
No, sir.
Okay. Similarly, I want for Rahul Jain, I again go to the raw data, I select Rahul Jain, I look for him first, control F, that is the find. Then I go to those 6 and 7 column, copy it, come back, paste it in the answer. Okay. Now I cannot keep doing this for a lakh records or 1,000 records. So what I need is a formula, and the formula that helps over here to do this manual process is VLOOKUP. So I will just start the VLOOKUP formula. And as soon as I start a VLOOKUP formula, there are 3 to 4 things that it would be looking for. Lookup value, right? That is the first input that it would require. Table array, as I said, wherever you see an array, imagine that's a range that it is talking about. So table range or table array is the source of the data. Where are you looking for that data? And can someone tell me in this exercise, where are we looking for the data from?
Sample data. Sample data.
Okay, sample data or sheet 2. So I'll refer to sheet 2 for now. It has the same data, but the reason I've taken sheet 2 is because that is a raw data. I have removed the filters. I've removed formatting from there. Okay. So VLOOKUP. So that is the sample data. Everyone knows sheet 2. That is the table array. Column index number. I was again and again talking about, I go to the right 6 times on the 6th column and the 7th column. That is the column index number. So the column index number tells you that when you start from the left hand side and you start counting column 1, column 2, column 3, where is that specific column wherein you want that data from? Okay. Just like in SUMIF and SUM, you specified that this is the sum range and this is the criteria range. There were two criteria and you selected different columns over there. Similarly, over here, this column index, it tells you that if you are looking from left to right, which is the column number that you have to refer to, and that is when you will get. The last part of this formula is the range lookup, and usually this is true and false or 0 and 1. And just to make all your confusions go away, we will always use a 0 whenever you're doing a lookup. Okay, so now I will start this formula with VLOOKUP, and the lookup value is I'm looking for what I want, data for Hitendra Saxena, comma. I go to the raw data, I select this whole sheet starting from column A and then going towards the right. I can select till total price, right? And this is the table array that we have selected. Now what is it looking? I have selected wheel lookup value. I've selected table array. Now I want column index number. Now can someone tell me which column does capability lie in?
F.
F.
Okay. Now this F ABCD has to be converted to a number. What is that number?
6.
Come again.
6.
6.
6.
6.
Okay, great. So what you did is you started counting from column A, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and you came up to F, and then you mentioned that you have to look for column number 6 over here. And then, as I said, 0 or 1, true or false, it always has to be 0. Do not confuse yourself with what is 1 for, what is 0 for. Close your eyes, put in 0 over there. Okay, now this gives me a formula, and if I drag this formula to the bottom, it would select and it would give me all the capabilities of these folks. Okay, now imagine I copy this formula on the right to get the account. It would not give me the right answers. Why does it not give me the right answer? Can anyone tell me?
Because
Because we have selected the wrong column.
You're right, we have selected the wrong column. So what we'll have to do is we can first, I mean, I'll tell you the easiest way is we apply another VLOOKUP formula. Go to Hitendra Saxena, go to the raw data sheet, select the raw data, and you can select as many columns as you want, but it is always advisable that you select only the the column that you want the data from. Okay, now I am looking for the account. Which column do I refer to for the
3.
account?
7.
Number
7.
7. Okay, so I have calculated 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. So I know that the answer lies in column number 7. That is column number G. So I do a comma. I put number 7 again. Do not worry about 0 or 1. Always use a 0. Do not get confused with what 1 is for. So here comes this, and then I drag this formula to the bottom, and here are my answers. Okay. Now similarly, they say that, okay, tell me what was the total sales for Hitinder. So I write over here total, and I do another formula, again the same thing. I select Hitinder because that is what I'm looking for. Then I go to the raw data, I select the raw data. Now can someone tell me what is the column index number to find out the total sales?
Let's see.
12. Okay, so it will be 12, and when you are selecting this, you would see that it will give you at the top the count of the column. C is column, so it says 7C over here, then it says 8C, 9, and so on. So it will also show you when you're selecting the range, right? Comma 12, comma 0, and this comes up to the total as well. And this is what the VLOOKUP is used for. Okay, now just to make it easy for you, VLOOKUP would always work from left to right. It would not work from right to left because it needs to know the column index number, and when you do a column index from left to right, it would not work. Second, uh, it needs a unique key, or you can call that unique key as a primary key. Does anyone know what a primary key or unique key is?
One column has to be similar in both the sheet.
One column has to be similar and they have to be unique as well. Okay, for an
Yes.
example, right, I have a data, uh, an HR data wherein we have employee and employee code. Okay. Now I will always have 3 to 4 Amit. One would be Amit Jain, one would be Amit something, and they might be Amit Sharma twice as well, right? How does the HR identify these names? Does she always look for the names? Yes, no, maybe.
No, sir.
No, sir.
No,
Okay,
sir, it's unique code.
cool. Let's talk your college, right? In your college, you obviously might have a lot of Amit Sharmas. How do the people identify their through their roll number or enrollment
Yes,
number?
sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that enrollment number is a primary key. Why is it a primary key? Because that is unique. It would not be similar for any two persons. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. So unique key and primary key is all the same thing, right? Similarly, if you talk about an email, when you create an email on Google or on Gmail or Yahoo, and you're trying to do a new one, what happens is, for example, you take Amit 007, you will never get Amit 007. Why you don't get it? Because it has already been taken by someone. You will always be able to create an email address only if you have a unique email address that you want, right? So this all these kind of all examples, these are all the unique key and primary key. And when you are talking about VLOOKUP, if you see, as the lady said, uh, there would be one column that always has to be common between the raw data and the source and the VLOOKUP wherein you want the answer. So in this sheet over here, you see the name, and over here the name, these were in common, and that is the reason this is the primary key. We will always use this to look up from each of the raw data. Okay, so this is primary and it would be unique, and that is the reason we always have to have the unique key on the extreme left of your raw data, so that you can work on the VLOOKUP from left to right. It goes this way only. It would never go from right to left. Okay. So anyone who could not understand a unique or primary key or what a lookup value is?
Sir, why we are applying 0 in the formula?
Okay. Why we are applying zero in the formula is, as I said, forget about that. I will tell you zero and false, zero and one, they are for true, approximate match, and exact match. Okay. But don't get into that detail for now. It will confuse you. All you need to put in your mind is you will always use a zero for doing a VLOOKUP.
And if I want to use false, then in which case I can use it?
Okay, if you want to use false, that would be a data that is unsorted and it would
Okay,
not be an exact match. It might just pick up any random. For example, if you have by mistake, if the data is not a primary key or not a unique key, then it will select anything that depends on the sequence of it.
okay.
And that's the reason I'm saying that do not get into the details of that. You would not be using one anywhere. It will always be zero. So don't confuse yourself with whether it has to be a true or false. It always has to be a zero for you.
Okay, sir.
Once you grow to that stage wherein you know that okay, these are the formula, we know we look up very well, that is when you do a hidden trial and you can easily figure out what difference is it. Okay, so now I'll come back to again the formula. We look up value. So what is the lookup value? Can anyone tell me?
Hitendra?
Hidendra. So it is anything that you're looking for, right? And it
Yes.
has to be a unique one. So I select lookup value like this. Second, it says table array. What is the table array?
Whole table data.
Range.
It is the source data from where
Source data,
you
yes.
want the answers to be picked from. So this is,
Shipping.
you will select this one and always separate your arrays and lookup value with commas. If you don't put a comma over there, it will whole thing will go wrong. Okay. Then I do a comma. Then what is the column index number?
6.
Okay. It depends on what you're looking for.
Yes.
Okay. I'm looking for capability. So I'll put 6. I'll calculate from here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So I'll put in 6 over here. And then in the last comma 0,
Zero.
enter. That's it. Okay, now I want someone to calculate me or to find out the shift timing for this person. Okay, let me see who's going to do that. Deepa Kashyap, you're there on the call? Keshav? Did I hear Nitika?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Nitika, just try to access my screen and get me the shift timing over here. You go ahead and request access, remote control. Facing issue? Nitika, are you facing some issues? You're not able to remote it?
No, sir. Just a second.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, approved. Uh, Now you need to find out the shift timing.
Okay.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much.
So,
Okay, so what Nitika did was again the same. She did a lookup. She let me do a function F2 over here to evaluate. She selected Hitendra Saxena or this cell as a lookup value. She went to the sheet 2, selected the whole lot of it from A2 to A16, and then uh, she entered number 8. That was the column index number for the shift timing, and then 0. Okay. Now, Nitika, can you have a look what a small glitch over here is?
yes, sir.
डिजिटल
You
मार्केटिंग वाले को अलग से मैसेज करते हैं ना
you didn't have a freeze over here, so you'll just have to freeze this, because if you
Okay.
see, if I go down this cell, the range is changing,
Mm-hmm.
and if the range is changing, that means we can have a problem later on. Right now we don't have a problem, but it might come up a problem. So either you
Mm-hmm.
make it a complete column to be selected, or you just freeze this one. So you can freeze this like putting dollars in front of it,
Yeah.
and then do the same for it.
Hello.
Yeah, you're
Okay.
audible.
सर आई हैव a नेटवर्क इशू बावर डिस्कनेक्ट हो रहा है सर मेरे को इस क्लास की रिकॉर्डिंग मिल सकती है सर
Yeah, you'll get the recording after the session.
थैंक
So,
यू
anyway, we are getting the same result here.
You are getting the same result, but in a long run, if the data is too huge,
Okay.
then there would be a problem.
All right. Thank you, sir.
So why range lookup is always 0?
Range lookup. This number at the end.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Uh, who's that asking that question?
Sir Rahul. Rahul
Rahul.
Sharma.
Okay, Rahul. The range lookup is usually a 0 or a 1. Okay. Uh, as you see, it says true and false. So true is for approximate match, false is for exact match. Okay, and it also depends on the sorting of the data. And as I have been telling the whole class, you don't need to worry or be bothered with this number. Always keep in a lookup, always keep this as 0.
Okay, okay, sir.
Okay, do not worry about it. The more you get into this, you will get confused. So first get your hands on Excel properly, and then you can do those hidden and trial. That's not a big deal of doing it, but I don't want any one of you to be confused, so stick with 0 for now.
Okay, sir.
Okay, all right. So anyone who has a confusion with lookup?
No, sir.
So what if the primary key or the names are not equal in raw sheet and the lookup sheet?
Okay, so imagine Hitinder Saxena over here, and sheet 2 mein we have Hitinder Singh Saxena.
No, sir, I'm not asking that. There is 16 names here, and what if there is 10 names on the
So
lookup file?
okay, so imagine over here you say that Saxena is not available, right? That's what you mean to say.
Yeah.
So
Yes, sir.
nothing would happen. You would not get results. You will have an hash NA for Hitinder Saxena.
Okay.
Hash NA means that this data, this lookup value that you're using does not exist in your raw data.
So if we are if we are putting the formula we look up, then we are selecting Hitendra Saxena. Now we have to do, if we are putting Hitendra Saxena, then also the answer will be same. Or
I mean, if the raw data doesn't have Hitendra Saxena, it will just come up with nothing. It will be a hash NA. If Let me undo this for you. If Hitinder Saxena does not have any raw data at all, it has a blank, right? It will come up with the number, but it will be 0. Everything would be 0. Does that answer your question?
yes, sir.
Okay. Anyone else has a question on VLOOKUP? Yes, I'll give you 2 more minutes. If someone wants to go ahead and do it, it would be highly advisable. Try a lookup and let me know if it does not work.
So what if the series are not same? Like Hitendra Saxena is in bottom and there Hitendra Saxena is on top
Okay,
on raw
fine.
data.
Good. Let me undo this and I sort this data. Sort by names. I make it red to a. Right now the series are different.
Yes, sir.
You would still get the answers. The answer would still remain the same because you have not referred to the series. You have referred to a range over there. Yeah. So what work is it? As normal in layman, it will go to the raw data. It will look Control F, Hitinder Saxena, can go 6 columns on the right and look for the capability. So it does not matter how your data is arranged. You arrange it from A to Z or Z to E, whether the source data and your lookup values are in different rows, that doesn't make a difference. You always, whenever you're putting a formula, always imagine it is just not these 15 that you're putting it, right? You're doing it for thousands of cells, thousands of rows. In that situation, you don't even have the opportunity to go in and find out whether it is sorted or not. Hitendra is there in the first row or not, and so on. So all these formulation, I mean, if it was just 15, I can manually go ahead and do them, right? But when we talk about formulation, we're talking about applying a formula to 1000 10,000 records or 50 70 records, a number that we cannot manually do it, right? And that is
Yes, sir.
very repetitive. Okay, so it would make no difference how your data is laid out. The only thing is it has to be a primary key. It has to be a unique thing that you're looking for. Okay, now imagine that by mistake your data does have duplicate values. So in the raw data, let me come with Hitinder. So I add one more, and we have Hitinder Saxena over here, and I have I action data. Now you have two Hitinder Saxenas over here with the same unique name as per T3, but the data inside is incorrect. I mean, they have duplicate values. Okay. So which one will it pick it up? It will always pick the first one. If you have two duplicates in your raw data, Excel will just pick up the first one and ignore the second value, right? So for Hitinder Saxena, it goes to BSL and x86. Let me see what does it come over here. It is still BSL and x86. It would not select the second row. So if two unique names are there incidentally or by mistake, the data that VLOOKUP will select would be the first one, because when it selects, it just selects the first one. It looks for the first one. As soon as it gets the first match, it will go ahead and pick up those results and put it over there. And that is why I keep talking about uh, the unique key and primary key.
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. So with this, we have concluded most of the important formulas that you would need. Right. Uh, in case you have any other formulation, you have any sheet wherein you want some help, you can connect with me after this class, or you have my number, my email address. You can also connect to me later on whenever you have an issue. Okay. Okay. Now let's come to name manager. Where is name manager? Okay, I'll go back to the sheet where we did our calculation. Okay. Okay. Now, can someone tell me the name of this cell? This cell that I have marked as red.
J2.
J2.
J2. Okay. Do you know that there is a name box on this sheet somewhere
Yes.
on the left hand side?
Yes,
This
sir.
this
Yes,
is
sir.
the name
Yes,
box.
sir.
Okay. If I click on it, it will give me something like submit tables and table 2. Okay. Now this name box can be changed as per your requirement. So for example, I
Mm.
don't want this red one to be named as J2, and I want to be naming it as XYZ. So everything else that is not renamed would be always the RNC, that is row and column. It as XYZ. Okay. So it has created an entry within the Excel sheet that in Excel, the workbook or our India working Excel sheet that is named as XYZ, and that gets feeds to Excel. Now, why am I explaining this is, uh, for example, this number is some. If I go here, there's so many sheets. Now imagine you come to the last sheet and you say that I want that specific result over here. What I can do is I can just use a equals to sign and I can write XYZ, and you would see XYZ at the bottom of the card. Do you see this? So what I've done is I have renamed a cell in Excel, and that gets saved as a name XYZ.
So your screen is not visible. Hello? 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 The screen is not visible.
Hello. Sir, my screen is not visible. Only black so.
Disconnect.
use as linking different cells or linking different sheets as well, right? So what I did is I just use a equal to sign, and equal to sign will give me all what are saved on the workbook or within Excel. Now, what is this XYZ that I named? It got saved to something known as the name manager. Okay, so I'll tell you where that name manager is. Okay, come over here. Do you see over here that is in your formula bar, you would see something that is called as a name manager. You would see a defined name, and this is that specific icon that I was showing you when I said equals to XYZ. So I'll give you the first four formula XI, RR, XNP. These are different complicated formulas. But at the bottom, do you see XYZ is coming up?
Yes, sir.
And it shows you a tag over here. And this tag is exactly the same as it looks over here, defined name. So whatever names you define in Excel, they get saved in as a function or as a name manager. And whenever you use the equal to sign, you would easily find them somewhere within the drop down. Okay. Now, if I go into the name manager, you would see there is a lot of name managers that I have created. And XYZ is right at the bottom. And the value of XYZ is 4567. Okay, so what has happened in Excel in the workbook, it has gone ahead and saved this, and it has created an entry so that just like when I write v equals to v lookup, it comes up with the lookup, equals to sum, it shows me the sum. Similarly, it has also gone ahead and saved this to itself in the name manager, and then it will show it over here. Okay, now imagine I also see Sayed 2, Sayed 3. So let me see if those are still visible. Sayed 2, does it come up with? Okay, so these were created. So name manager specifically helps you to go ahead and save names to it and save some range or data as a fixed value so that we can keep using it without doing a lot of referencing. Okay, now how do we use it? This is one small part of using it. The other part over here is, do you see this formula that we use for VLOOKUP, all these formula? You see this thing AL is common. I again and again
Yes,
went to
sir.
the raw data and keep selecting the raw data. Now, what I do over here is, if I select this raw data, I know every time I have to use this raw data. So I go ahead and I add a name manager. So I add new and I name it as VLOOKUP range or test range. Let me name it as test range, test one range. And you see the reference is sheet 2 A1 to L17 from here till here. Is that clear? The range you see, test one range is the name. I click on OK. Now what happens is, once I click on a name manager, it creates a test one range over here. Any confusions how we created this name or how we created a name manager? Okay,
Sir, I
now
don't
where
have.
do I use it? I come to VLOOKUP, and
Yes,
this time I delete everything for you.
so
Yeah, go ahead.
sir, I don't have a name manager option in my Excel.
uh, I doubt it.
So I have
In the
only
formula bar.
define name and create from selection.
Okay, which version of Excel are you using? 2007?
No, sir. I guess the latest one.
Okay, all right. Don't worry. We'll check after the class because it definitely has to be somewhere there on the formula bar.
Okay, sir.
Okay. You just hold on after the class ends, and then I'll help you find that. Okay. So now, instead of these formulas that I have written, I will just delete all of them, keep one, and over here, this was the source raw data. I I type in test one, and you see this comes up over here. The test one range. I select this, and I click OK, and I click this formula down. Now in this formula, can you see any range written? There is no range that will show you that we have started from A1 to L17. Are you guys able to see the screen?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Who was not able to see the screen? Jatin, just log off and log in. You'll that would be resolved. I mean, the screen is on sharing mode. Okay. So now you see that without using the range, I have just gone ahead and used the formula, and I can easily do that. I just need to change it. This was at number 7. This was at number 8. Uh, number 12 and number 8, right? And I have just copied this formula to wherever you want to copy it. And this is why the name manager is used, wherein you know that a specific raw data or a specific range, you would need to use it again and again repetitively. That is where you can go ahead, add that complete range to a name manager. I will open it over here and show you test1 range, and then it will tell you that okay, this name is test1 range and the comment, and you have got to sheet 2 to A11. You can put comment as used for we look up exercise and click on OK, right? Just to give it a description, right? Are you all clear with what a name manager is and what why is it used?
Yes, sir.
Anyone who is not? Okay, so this also makes your work easy. Instead of you don't need to keep selecting the range again, just go ahead and fix it for once, add it to the name manager, and then you keep doing it. Okay, so if I go to the name manager, I can edit things also. If you want to edit, so possibly tomorrow your raw data becomes more huge, so you can just delete it and you select only A to L. A to L will be selected. Same data. Okay. All right. So let me see what next we have to cover. Okay. Uh, come to data filter in your workbook, the Apar India one. You would see data filters. It's after sorting. Although we have applied filters a few places, but still this is where you can get to know what is an auto filter, what is the data filter, and how do we apply it. So I will come to the second sheet now. uh, this is just for you to go through. Now this is exercise 1. Filter out the blank rows for this data set. Okay, how do I put a data filter? Whatever I select, I can just go ahead into data, and you click on filter, right? If you want advanced filter, you click on advanced filter. It will ask you what is the list range, what is the range criteria. So don't get confused for now, make it as simple as you can. So you apply a filter simply, and you are then looking for some value, like you're looking for David, and you get David over here. I want to look for Mike, and I don't see Mike over here. Can someone tell me why Mike is not visible in this drop down?
Because there is a gap between tables.
Gap, and
So
we not selected the whole
because of
range.
gap,
Then
Yeah,
we
you're right.
apply the filter.
Both the things are make sense. uh, so there are two reasons. Both the reasons you mentioned are correct. There is a gap. If there is a gap, that means the data has been broken. And for Excel to understand a range, it has to be a continuous range. There should be no differences. So as an example, earlier I told you, just give me a minute. You remember the shortcut for the sum formula that we did, right? If I go at the bottom and I press Alt plus, it will give me a sum of this complete stuff. Okay, I delete this and I delete the row, so I'm making it non-continuous now. As soon as I do a sum plus, it will not take up the whole range. Why does it not take up the whole range? Because Excel is looking for a continuous data or a continuous range. That is what it will capture automatically, right? If it has something in over here, even a anything, then it would work. Then a alt plus would work, or sum would work. So this is about continuous data in Excel or a continuous range. Wherever there is a discontinuation of the range, those specific filters or some formula that would not work, and that is why we either have an option to delete this, the break over there, the raw data, I mean the blank data, you can delete it, or alternatively you need to make sure that you select the whole data manually, like this, on and on and on and on. But this one is not a very good option, although it will work. It would work, but it is not a good option because you will manually have to select it. Now you would see that you will get mic, and there are a lot of mic. What we were looking was for mic seller, so I select unselect all. Okay, so better than selecting the whole stuff, right? With multiple, it is better that you go ahead and remove duplicates. So how do we remove duplicates? Select the whole data. In the data tab at the top, you do remove duplicate, and you identify which column does help you to remove duplicate. It always should be a unique column. So as the name of the player would be unique in these all specific columns. So I'll select player and click on OK. Now it will leave you with one blank. And why is it one blank? Because that was a unique one. So that is has to be done manually. Now you can apply the filter with whichever options you want, and then select. Okay, now when you talk about more advanced filters, you have more options in the text filter. You can do a text filtering depending. For example, you want anything that says Aaron, so all Aarons will be selected. You want something that says does not contain Aaron, that can be also selected. It all depends on what kind of uh, requirement you have. Okay, and then custom filter, possibly you say that I just want Taylor. So let me just do that for you. Contains, we will use when it is numeric, alphanumeric or string, you can use contains. So where is contains? It contains anything that has David, let us say David, or it contains anything that has Mike, right? So just as an example, it will only go ahead and give you that those people who have the keyword as David and Mike, and rest of them will be excluded. So this is specifically how you use filter. We normally, when we use filter, we just uh, go ahead and into the drop down and select whatever we want it to be. Okay, so there are many kind of filtering that you can do. That really depends on how or what your requirement is. uh, but you have many exercises over here that I've provided. I mean the second one and the first one. Do that yourself and that would help you. Okay, uh, let's talk about sorting. Sorting is also an easy topic. Now this is, everyone knows we can sort from A to Z, Z to E, but the problem in sorting is there are different levels of sorting that you can do. So if you see over here, you can add levels, delete levels, and so on. Now for example, a simple sorting of a age, I do a age sorting so that I have the youngest person at the top and the oldest one at the bottom, right? But now what I want is, I want another sorting. All ds is a short form for that. I want to add a level, and then I want to find out people should be arranged. So for a state of Ohio, I want the Ohio to show in a complete continuous rows, and then in front of that or before that we then have the sorting for the age. So I have just done this state. Now can you see Ohio is still splitted into three different part or four different part? Yes, no, maybe.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, what is the reason? I did a sorting function over there. I added two levels. What happened, or what did I do wrong that I cannot see Ohio all in one and then separated with more sorting on the basis of the age?
Because there is a age filter as well.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. Now, there is a age filter. The only reason behind that is it depends on the sequence. Now, sorting is not a big deal. Everyone knows how to do a sorting. But over here, it it really makes a lot of difference of what you're sorting first. What is on the first priority of sorting in the second. So if I take this up, the state one, this sorting, the second sorting should go up. So I just use this arrow to bring it up. Now you would see that it would first go ahead and filter Illinois, and within that Illinois it will give you the youngest to oldest. Okay, and if you go to Ohio the same way, it will do the third one over here. It will give you the youngest to oldest. Do you get this? Yes, no, maybe?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so sorting is easy topic, but the only thing I wanted you guys to understand is whenever you have different levels of sorting within the same range, make sure that you are arranging the sorting according to your requirement, and then obviously you can make changes to the order of it, whether you want smallest to largest or A to Z or whichever it is. Okay, all right, let's come to conditional formatting. This is one very important topic, and you would need it a lot of times. Okay, now this all content is for you to go through. It tells you how the conditional formatting looks. So for example, uh, in sorting, when I sorted this all DL, this is the sorting box, right, wherein it shows you what level you are, whether you want to push the level down or up, you want to copy level, delete level, add level, or you want to do some other sorting, case sensitive or anything else. Same way, when you talk about conditional formatting, there's a conditional formatting box that comes up when you want to apply conditional formatting. You then give it criteria or conditions. uh, what should be the condition, what should not be the condition. So as a simple example, what I do is I write some subjects for you. Okay, and we have got student A, B, C, and then we have their marks. One, let's make it 25, 200. Okay, so this is a set of data that I just created for ABC students in maths, EVS, and science. And I want you to do a conditional formatting so that automatically, when the numbers change, anything below 33, that is the failing marks, that should be red and bold. Anything between 33 and 60 should be amber, and anything before above 60 should be green. So how would you do that? Any guess? Okay, don't worry. What you need to do over here is you need to do a conditional formatting. So we would go ahead and go to home. In home, you would have conditional formatting over here. There are many pre-populated, or you can say ready to use options like greater than, less than, top to bottom, data bars, color scales, new icon set of, like, these days people want to use traffic signals to show how their numbers are, and many more. But what I'm going to use is I'm going to use the base of it, that is the manage rule. So this is the conditional formatting rule manager, right? This rule manager helps you to create rules and then go ahead and apply to it. Now my new rule, uh, whenever you click on new rule, it will come up format all cells based on their values, format all cells based on what they contain. uh, this contain can also have a containment of like it contains ABC, or it contains David, or it contains failed pass. It can be numbers as well, it can be numeric. Okay, so I will select the second one, and it shows you specific text data, correct? So what can you conditional format? You can conditional format almost everything within Excel. It can be the cell value, it can be the specific text, it can be a date, it can be blanks, it can be errors, it can be uh, a few more, right? For now I want to do a cell formatting of cell value, because on the right hand side, this data that I've done for this three students, it's all talks about numbers. Okay, now between, I say, um, I don't want between, I want less than or equal to, or okay, let me make it less than equals to 33, right? I manually type in over here 33, and then I want to fill that is red, because that person has obviously failed. uh, Bold italics, or let me make it bold. Now what are these are the requirement that I want it to be. So this is how the preview would look, that the cell would be red if it is less than 33, and it would be bold. I click on OK and click on OK again. Okay, now it didn't come up. The reason behind that is it didn't select the range. So I will go back, and over here I will select this whole range and click on OK. Okay, fine. Do you see this? What gets highlighted in red?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I don't think this part should have been red. Do you think so?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Now, why is it red? A empty cell in Excel means a zero. An empty cell in Excel, if you talk about numbers, it is always a zero, and Excel will consider it as zero. So the reason that it is coming up as red over here, because I have selected Q8 as the start of the range and T12 at the end of the range. So that means this is a part of the range, and it should definitely get this color, right? So that is the reason
Yes.
it is coming with the red. If any blank cell is there, so it will be formatted as per a zero value only. So let me just put in here subject. As soon as I put in subject over here, the color will go away, because this is conditional formatting. So the best part of conditional formatting is, for example, this guy, this C guy, he went for a rechecking, right? And after rechecking, he got to know that no, the number 31 was wrong. The teacher didn't do uh, the correct calculation of all the answers, and he got to know that he has 45. So can you see what the conditional formatting helps you to just format the cell? It doesn't depend on the value. If the value changes, it will recalculate itself. Okay. So what happened initially, this number was 31, and that is the reason it was bringing it as red. But later on, after rechecking and re-evaluation of the answer sheet, he got to know that he has 45, and that is where it came up as a non-red cell. Is that easy for you to understand?
Yes, sir.
Yes, no, maybe. Okay. All right. So now uh, let me take it back to 31. Now I want more color coding, and the more color coding, I will go back to manage rules. The second the second rule I want over here says again the same. It wants cell value between anything between 33 and 60. I'll say 55, or I'll say 60. That's not a very nice number. And that should be amber. Amber is this color, the orange one. And font should be bold. And that's up to you. You can choose all these categories by yourself and click on OK. Right? Uh, So this is how the data looks. So these folks, the amber ones, this guy is like pathetic. The other one, they need some improvement in their numbers so that they can get at least a first division. But then that person says, "Oh, I want to see green as well. Who all are the good champs?" So I go over here again into conditional formatting, manage rules, and I select one more rule over here, and Again, the cell values, and I would say greater than equal to anything more than 85 should be green. This green on bold. Okay, do you get this part? Anyone who has a question over here? Okay, had I been in your place, I would have asked
Sorry,
why
why the
are these
subjects?
greens?
Yeah.
Subject
Why
name is
Okay,
subjects are green?
so these subjects should not have been green. So when we selected this range, right, we selected the whole range, and as I said, if it is a blank, it would always show you as it would consider it as zero. But if there is something written over there, it would consider it as an unknown value and would then use the best formatting for it. So the best part of this is that we need to make sure that when we are doing the conditional formatting, we select this right range. So we will have to change this range from R10. I select the range and I put it to all, and this is how your numbers would look now, right? So you need to make sure that if you don't want formatting somewhere else, you just select just the numeric part or the part that you want the formats to be applied to. Okay. Now you would see some numbers don't have color coding at all because we don't include them in the range at all. Okay. So this is how the conditional formatting is done. On the right hand side, it tells you the same thing, the conditional one, condition two, whether it has to be between, above, equals to, or it can be a formula as well. Any confusion?
no, sir.
Okay. Now imagine this series. I don't want to do so much of formulation, right? I just select this and I do go to conditional formatting, highlights. I go to data bar and I use this data bar. Now, can you see this data bar also makes a lot of sense to you? Yes, no, maybe.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So this data bar automatically tells you that this guy is the bottom one. This guy is impeccable. This guy is good. uh, this guy is also good in EVS and so on. So there are different options in your uh, Excel conditional formatting that you can use. You can use icon set. For example, within that first, I've already selected that one and I want to see which one is higher or lower. Now, these kind of tick marks, they're usually used when you're talking about some stock exchange or you're talking about some numbers and uh, you're comparing it with yesterday's numbers. So yesterday we were at 99 points. Today we are down by 85 point. It will show you a down arrow. If we are up, it will show you a green arrow pointing upward. So, and you can do a lot of these kind of conditional formatting using the data bars and so on. uh, you can use the top 10 percentage, bottom, and so on data bars, and you can use this one also. So I will go ahead and manage rule, and I'll remove these two, delete rule, delete rule. Now I just have only these ones. Okay. So you should be using these specifically wherever you want. These are for looks and feels, obviously, and it also tells you that if you want to manage rules, you would always see what is now. Can someone tell me why this manage rule is empty right now, although I see a lot of color coding and conditional formatting applied? Yes, no, maybe anyone who can identify why we don't see a rule mentioned in this box in
Sir,
the rule
because
manager?
you have removed it.
No, I have not removed it because I have not selected anything. You see this is my selection over here. My selection is R23. R23 does not have any conditional formatting. If I close this and I put my mouse now over here, and now I go to conditional formatting and then see name manager, it will then show you me that there is a conditional formatting. Do you get me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So it will only show you for those selected options. If there is no this cell, this specific cell, these 3 4 cells, they don't have a conditional formatting, so it will not show you anything till the time you just apply to it. If I select any one of these cell over here, it will then show you that yes, you have a conditional formatting. There are 3 values. Where's it gone? Yeah, and any one of this will be showing this. Okay, so R10, and what one is this? This is R9. So I can also go ahead and talk about R9. I should have selected R9 earlier, but I did not, so I can select it now. Manage rules, and I just copy this from here, apply, and okay. Now it gets selected everywhere. Okay, any questions now? Okay, so you will have more to it, and these are more exercises for you. Example 1, these are more towards doing a formulation and conditional formatting together, right? So you can try this, and then we have an exercise. This one you can just ignore. Example 4, this is going to be too tough for you people. But yes, there is one simple one that you will be able to understand. You remember we did a formula equals to length.
Yes, sir.
So length, what did length do? It just calculated some numbers. Now over here, there's a question that says, bold the word in the list that are longer than 8 letters. Right. Go ahead and apply a formula as well as conditional formatting at the same time. So what you'll have to do, you'll have to manage a rule, create a new one, and you will have to use a formula to determine which cell to format. And over here you can say length, and you keep this cursor, and if it is, sorry, is greater than, what does it say, 8 characters, 8, then you bold it. And apart from bolding, I'll say let's fill it with some blue colors. So let me just unfreeze this. Okay, so now what you'll have to do, I have just given you a hint of it, that you will be using a length formula within the conditional formatting to bring it up. Any confusions? You'll have to do it, then only it would work. Okay, so
So, but the
conditional form.
letter is not bold.
Come again?
The letter is a no, not bold.
Your voice is breaking. I mean, possibly I'm not able to hear you or everyone.
Can you hear me, sir? Right now?
Yeah, you keep breaking up.
Sir, I tell you the letter is a not bold format.
It's not because I have not applied it properly, and that's why I said I have left this for you guys to do. Except for example 4, you can leave example 4. Do example 1 to example the conditional formatting exercise 1, and if you face any problem, just write to me or call me, and then you should be able to do it. So they are all
Sure, sure.
options over there. Yeah, go ahead. All right, let me check what next. Okay, now the next topic would be the charts.
Sir,
Yeah.
sir, I have a Mac, so I have a different settings. Can you help with the Mac?
Uh, I'm too sorry for the Mac, but what is the problem that you're facing?
So when I'm opening the conditional formatting, manage rules, it is showing something different, sir. And what you did was different. I'm not able to figure it out in the Mac.
Okay, can you share your screen?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, just share your screen.
So can you see my screen?
I can see your screen now.
So when I go to the manage rules, I see like this, something like this.
Okay, okay, just delete this. Do you have an option to delete?
No, sir. Yes, sir, I
Sir, I'm
did.
also using Mac, plus and you can come there. Everything is same function. I'm also using. You can add from the bottom. I can say right bottom.
Okay, I'm not able to control your screen as well.
Sir, I think the setting. 1 second, sir.
Okay, don't worry, I've give up control. Try that again. Select what you have selected on the left hand side, whatever you want to select, and then try a new rule.
Yeah. Now you
Do a
rules
plus,
and
do a plus, do a plus.
Yes, sir.
Hmm.
you can choose report the higher from the drop down. You can also give the int and everything.
Okay, whoever was it, you're breaking up. He's not able to. I am not able to hear you. Was it Vaibhav?
You hear me now, sir? Me now.
Yeah, you keep breaking up in between.
Hello.
What were you advising? What were you advising this person for to do?
Uh, can you hear?
No. Okay, Kanish, I
Yes,
wouldn't know honestly. I'm sorry why it is not coming up because I am not familiar with the Mac versions. But they might definitely be some other way. You can connect with Vaibhav over the call so that he can help you because he's also using the Mac.
okay, sir. Thank you.
Right. It surely would be there, I'm sure. I mean, unless and until you don't have a very old version of Excel on Mac, it should be there. Okay, let's come back to the chart options. Now, usually, can someone tell me why do we use charts? No one knows
So
that?
Present the data in
explain
a simple
more.
way.
To make data presentable.
One at a time, please. Aditi?
Charts present data graphically.
Okay. Ekta?
It's a easy way to understand the data.
Yeah, you're right. Okay. Um, Ankur? Ankur is lost. Uh, Rahul?
We can show data in an organized manner.
So it should, it's yeah, it's organized way.
Right. Okay, so mostly the first answer came was it makes us easy to interpret the data, and the top shot sitting in the top, they are least bothered about what raw data do you have, how you have formatted the Excel. They want to look at pivots and charts, or specifically charts that makes their life easy, and they can easily understand the data, how the data flows. or where are the spikes, where are the lows and ups, what are the min and maxes over there. And that is mainly where these charts come into picture. Okay, now charts are very subjective. There is no rule that you have to use over there that uh, this chart would be of this type. You need to understand the data. Without understanding the data, you cannot create a good chart. Okay, let me come to this section first. Okay, now imagine you all are on this page. Please come to this page that says creating a chart. Okay, after the introduction is for you guys, you can just go through that to understand it better. Creating a new chart. On this chart, column K to L, select this and let me see what works. Function F10, no. Okay, press function F11 after you have done that. After selecting this K and L range from January to December with the sales data, press F11 or function F11 and tell me what happens.
Graph open.
Okay, I'll do that. Function F11. It opens a basic graph. Okay, it opens a basic chart, just like you might have seen a histogram chart, right?
Sir, I
And
don't have F11 in my laptop. So what should I
okay,
press?
then you'll have to get a F11 on your laptop somewhere.
Uh,
Okay,
so
so
what is the different key for that?
no, I don't see a different key on my laptop for that at all. Um, Not on a normal Windows laptop.
Sir, I have a Mac that as well.
Not too sure. Okay, so as soon as you press the F11 or on the Mac, you might have a different option to do that. So you'll have to Google that, right? So as soon as on the Windows computer we press F11, it would come up with a basic chart only, right? And that really depends on the data that you have selected, right? And Excel sometimes is smart enough to understand that how your data is, and it goes ahead and does it. So let me just do an F11 on a triple series of data. So example, we have this data and I do a F11 over here. It would still give me a bar chart, and that is not very helpful. I mean, that's not, uh, I mean, it is helpful, but it is not that attractive as it would have been in a line chart or possibly a line chart mix. Okay, so F11 is only used when you instantly want to see some range and you just want to have a look on how the chart would look or what are the spikes or so. Otherwise, F11 is usually not of any use unless and until you don't modify the whole chart. Okay, now we'll start from the top. Okay, so these are simple charts that says month sales, right? And it is one series. Now, what is a series? If you have in your source data for whatever chart you're creating, if you have more than one column, it is known as the sec1 series and second series. So you, if you see sales and you come down, you would see a 2 series data over here. If you come more down, you would see a 3 series data over here. uh, okay, this is also a 2 series, but we have inverted it into number of months. Okay, and if you go more down, you would see a multiple series. So these are all the series of your chart. So whenever you create a chart, it depends on how many series it have and how many it has to show over there. Okay, so the first one is a very simple one wherein you create a bar chart. Now, how do I modify this simple chart is, as soon as I click on the chart, at the top you would see the design and the format gets activated. Okay, uh, this part is the color palette and the looks and feel that you can do yourself. No one needs an explanation for that. Switch to row and column. If you click on this, all that happens is your sales will go at the bottom. It will change y-axis to x-axis, x-axis to y-axis. Okay, you can just have a look on the numbers over here, right? uh, if you want to select data, it is exactly the way that we did in pivot. You select data, it will tell you what is the raw data from, and then When you select the data, it will tell you what are the legend entries, the horizontal and the vertical. One says sales, the other one says the month, right? If we had a second series, it would have given us the sales 1, sales 2, and so series would have come up over there. Hidden and empty cell. So these are all options that you will have to explore once you've started working on it. Now, you want to change the chart type. You click on this change chart type, and what I would recommend everyone, the most useful one are the recommended charts that are here on your chart type on the left hand side tab. This usually doesn't come up unless and until you click it, and then this would give you all possible charts that you can do. I usually refer to these recommended and then start making modifications to it, right? But still you have an option of a whole lot of list. You want a line chart, a pie chart, bar, scatter diagram, and so on. Okay, but these are all different charts and they cannot be used for the same kind of data. A sales data cannot be represented into a radar, right? A tree map, a sales data will not come up in a tree map. Tree map, radar, scattered diagram, they talk about a huge set of data, possibly that has some geographical features to it, like it covers the whole India, and we have south, north, and west, and all those. Uh, Rest of them, histogram is also a similar one as a bar, but not exactly the same. And then you have got at the end the combo charts. You can add a bar with a line chart and so on. Okay. All right, give me a minute, please. Okay, add a chart. We select the whole data, go to insert, and you would see somewhere recommended charts in the ribbon at the top, and it will give you more charts over there. Okay, so you just click on recommended chart, and this would be the best for this kind of data, and it's already here. Okay, now you come to sales 2. This is the second chart that has two series. Now I'll just show you what is the difference between it. I click on this chart, go to design, and select it. Can someone stop moving this? Right now, if you see over here, you've got two series over here, sales 1 and sales 2. There are two series, and the main range that is for the date, the month specifically for 2013, and you have an option to select, unselect whatever you want from this chart. So, for example, December was a lean period. It was a festive season. You know that there's not too much of sales in that period, and you don't want to show that to the management. You can just go ahead and get rid of it, right? Or you want to show both the sales but not for December and November, so you can do that as well. So that's a permutation combination that you can choose from as per your requirement. Okay, now making changes to the chart, it really depends on which part of the chart you're clicking on. Okay, people keep looking for it, and honestly I also keep used to look in the initial time when I started using Excel, that how do I make changes to it. So it really depends on which part of the chart you have clicked. So for now, if you see, nothing is checked. I have not clicked on anything, and that is the reason we don't have the design and the analyze ribbon tabs at the top. But as soon as I click it, then only I will get the design and format. Now, the next is, how do I format this specific portion that I've selected? If I right click on this and you go to format chart area, this will be the option that I will get, right? It is looks and feel only. There is nothing much to explore over here unless and until you are not looking for the looks and feel, right? So that depends again, what are you looking for? Are you looking for chart title? On the right hand side, you in the drop down over here, chart option, chart title, horizon, sorry, the horizontal category axis, legend, plot area, vertical, series 1, series 2. Okay, now I just come over here in the plus sign. you would see a lot of list over here. You can click on data labels, it will bring up the data labels. These days no one uses these data labels because it makes quite a mess on the chart. Get rid of that. Legends, you can get rid of the legends as well. Grid lines, you can get rid of the grid lines as well. And if you want a trend line for sales one, this is how the trend line looks. Now trend line, what does the trend line tell? It just tells whether you are going upwards or downwards. uh, in a line diagram it is not used too much, but where you're talking about some bar or some other kind of chart type, it would be used. Okay. So what I'm trying to explain you over here, if you want to make any changes to your chart, it is very important where you are clicking on it. For example, if I click on this line and then I go to format, I will get a different options over here, right? I will get different options in terms of even the looks and feel, in terms of the primary axis, secondary axis, right? If I click on the labels over here, that is the axis, and I right click format axis, I will then get a separate specific values to use from. Now over here, if we talk about this part, that is the format axis, you would see it tells you a minimum, maximum, and minor, major. Now this minor, major, if you see, they're showing you it starts from 0 to 2000, 4000, and so on. You can change this. You can start it from possibly a gap of 500. Format axis, minimum you start from 400 or 500, let's say 500. So it starts from 500. Now where do we actually try to make such modifications wherein we know that the bottom are not used? So 500, 2500, they're not in use, there will be no numbers falling in that category. So as an example, we are doing sales, you know that in this company, in this sales for 2 months, there is no way that you can go below 2500 or 3000. So that is where you can increase the minimum to show as whatever you want it to show, right? Let me see, how does it look? So it starts from 35 and goes on an interval of 1000. Now this 1000 interval, do you want to change the 1000 interval? You want to show after 3500, you want to show 4000, so you can just change this also to make it 500, and so on, right? Now where do you use this all? You see that as I made that changes, this chart, they, I mean the line, they became more pointed, they became more visible. So it really depends where, what kind of modifications you want to do. Okay, any questions till now? Okay. Silence is golden for me for now. Okay, so these are all the options wherein you can make changes to the chart, and these options also help you to play with the data in such a way that uh, changing these grids and changing what you want to show, taking off some numbers, it all helps your presentation to be better. So possibly you're trying to prove something else, or you don't have an explanation for something, you would try to hide that using these all formats, or possibly try to show a better picture out of it. So it's kind of tweaking the data or tweaking the chart so that they can not be easily read. uh, so that's unethical as well at times. Okay. Let me get rid of this. Okay, so the top ones, they're almost the same, line and bar. You can make changes to it. Let me see if I can help you with changing this. Formats, secondary access. Okay. Do you see what I did over here is, I had Let me undo it for you. I had the series, okay, and this is a line chart only. I want to show one series on a bar and the other series on line. Okay, so I mean I'm just showing it for the sake of doing it so that you can understand what options do you have to change in terms of the change type, but that hardly makes a difference of how the data is interpreted. It would still be the same. So I go to the design, I go to change type, and then at the bottom you have a combo. You can select from any of those combos at the top. Uh, Usually these combos are for the month in sale, and then you have an option to select sales one as a clustered column or the sales two as a line. Whichever you want to show as a line, you can show as a line, and so on. And if you have more series, they will all show up over here, and this gets converted into a combo chart that is line and bar both. Any questions?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Okay. Let me go down. Okay, now you have this scatter diagram. This is another kind of chart. It only works, or it would be only suitable for such a situations wherein you want to see the distribution of data in a specific zone. Okay, so for example, here we talk about height and weight, and this data just shows you for 10 persons and where do they fall. I mean they all fall in the first quadrant or the second quadrant. So this data can be kind of, let me, you can just divide, you can just divide it into four axes, like the first quadrant, second, third, fourth. So usually the scatter diagram, they just try to help you understand which quadrant your data falls in, or is there a lot of variation. So over here, to me, there is not a lot of variation. This is a human normal growth rate for the height and weight, but there might be sometimes, if the data had been huge enough, you would have find some dwarf people sitting somewhere here, or you would have find some obese people sitting somewhere here. So you can also link such a data to some kind of scientific or uh, medical terms as well. Okay, all right. What else do we have? Okay, I'll just bring up this data to show you how does it look in a pie chart. Okay. Does that make much sense to you? Yes, no, maybe.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
No, it does not. You didn't get my question. I believe in these two data sets, right? They're coming from the same source. Which one makes more sense to you over here?
Pie chart.
Bar chart.
The bar chart, right? Pie
Part
chart cannot be used anywhere, and over here it is just like, it's just like a drawing. It is not a chart at all, because it gives you no information at all. It doesn't tell you anything, and you're not able to observe anything. Usually a pie chart is used wherein you have a total of 100, and then you want a bifurcation that, okay, out of these 100, 50 were green, 20 were so and so, this rest 10 were so much. So just to give a holistic view. But a bar chart and a pie chart, the data really depends what kind of data you have. So this is definitely a fail for it, but I just wanted to show you how the data looks and whether uh, it would fit or not. So it is very important for you guys to understand what data you're using, whether you actually need a pie chart or a bar chart. But till the time you don't have that expertise to find out, the best part is you just go to the design and you look for the recommended charts, and it will always give you the best charts that you can use. Okay, but you can also make changes to it. Okay. All right, so we'll just take a 5 minutes break, right? I'm having a dry throat, so give me 5 minutes. By the time you guys can relax, and then we'll meet in 5 minutes again.
So you hold the class.
All right, guys. Thank you. I'm back. Okay. So, any questions on the chart?
Sir.
No, sir.
Okay. All right. Give me a minute. I'm just gonna see if we have not covered any specific portion. Okay, just a small topic, although you would be using it when you're over here in Excel. Well, let me just open it from here. You go to your file, you go to options. You'll get a lot of options over here to make the changes to the Excel itself. So this just like you have a phone setting. This is the settings for Excel in terms of making changes the way you want it to work. In terms of the formula, you want some formulas to be preset, or you want R1 C1 reference instead of ABCD at the top. You want proofing. uh, Most used is the advanced editing options. So you will have to do the hidden trials over here to actually check what changes you want, or you don't want a scroll bar. So all these things like the setting kind of stuff over here you will get in the options. Okay, so add-ins are just like on your Internet Explorer, on your browser. You have add-ins like you want to monitor something, you want a stock exchange adding or something of that kind, you will get that. This Titus classification, as an example, this is a Microsoft add-ins wherein you categorize the data as classified. You see on the right hand side, you see this classified public. You might not see it on your system, on your Excel, because this is an add-in that has been added. And then we have got the analytics tool pack. Now what is analytics tool pack? When you go above the Excel part and you're talking about data models, you're talking about what do we call the access, MS Access, and you're talking about Azure and different other technologies or tools to use. That is all comes under analytics toolpack. Okay, like Visual Basic Analysis (VBA). That is a language known as Visual Basic, that is used for macros, for writing macros in Excel. You can record a macro in Excel. Okay, but you can also code a macro so that whatever task you're doing on a daily basis, instead of just doing it daily to putting in formulas, you can just automate it, just run a script, and it's done within seconds. So whatever task you do, like 5, 10, or 30 minutes, that would cover up in a few clicks or a few seconds. Okay, let me show you where did the macro come in. Here is the macro come in. You have a macro in the view option. You can view macros, you can record macros, you can use relative referencing. So let me see if we have any. Okay, we don't have any macro added over here. So I will tell you a basic of what macro does is, for example, I record a macro, right? And I name it as testing 30th August. I can use a key specifically so that once I save that macro, next time I use that key to make it work, right? And I say test 30th August. Now, as soon as I click OK, the macro has started recording it. Even if I move my cursor from one place to other place, or I do left to right, or I write a formula over here like sum if, and then a range and a criteria, and close it, an error, and then I change it. Okay, and I stop this macro, stop recording. Okay, now you see it just saved itself, and I can go and view the macro now. This is the macro that says testing, and let it come up. Okay, so this is a Visual Basic screen, right? It has many modules over here. It has projects in terms of when you're doing the coding. Now what I recorded tells you each step. Every step that I did over there got recorded. I wrote that testing 30 August is the name of the macro that got recorded. Then I wrote the description, then keyboard shortcut Control J, and then it says that you selected a range. Everyone knows what range is. J2 dot select. Then I went towards down of that. It will tell you that it went down, it went up, and so on. And then at the end, active cell formula, there was a formula written, R1C1 is row and column, and then it tells you the sum formula was written. Now the sum formula that we wrote over there, right, that was in I and J format. That means the ABCD format. Over here it converts it to a C and R, that is column and row, and then it says end. So just to give you a background, this is how the code looks when you're writing a macro. This code that I have just shown you over here, this is a recorded code. It makes very less sense, but I have just shown you so that you understand what does macro do and how does it work. You would not be using it in the initial phase, but when you become a pro of Excel and you know every part of Excel and you want to then start automating it, that is when you would start using macros. Okay. Uh, in the view option, you have a formula bar. You can unhide the formula bar, hide it. You want grid lines, you want headings. This is all uh, done from the view settings. Okay. Now, imagine you have, let me go to a section wherein I can show you that. Okay. Now, this part, I say that when I scroll down, this whole window goes up, right? I want to freeze the window so that when I scroll down, I at least see the top part and that doesn't get hidden. So I go and hit in freeze and I freeze pane. So what happens is when I scroll down, you would always see the keyboard example there at the top. Similarly, you can freeze the column as well. You select the column, freeze first column, and when I go towards the right, it will then always show the first column. So if you want something to be visible and not hide from while scrolling down, that is why we use a freeze. Okay, now if I click on arrange, now this arrange is used when we have more than one cell. So for example, let me open another sheet of Excel. So this is one sheet that I was working on. It is a master tracker. Um to check something. Now I have come into the sheet and I say that I want to arrange all and I want to arrange them vertically. What happens is it will automatically adjust the size of your sheet so that you can have them same time to be looked on, right? You can also make changes in such a way that you use the scroll bar for one and it moves both of them at the same time. Okay, let me get rid of this. Switch window, test one, and then you expand it. Okay, so these are all small options, or you can say some looks and feels that you can change the page layout or page break, new window, freeze pane if you want to hide something. If you want to hide the bar, the tabs at the bottom, you can hide over here like this. You can unhide using unhide option over here, and so on. Okay, review. Okay, password protection. This is usually done uh, wherein you want to hide content or you don't want people to make changes to your file. For that, what you do, whatever section you want to select or you don't want people to make changes once they have the file open or they're in, you go and protect the sheet. And then you select what part of the cell you want to format cells. You don't want person to format column and so on. You just need to put any ABC. And what happens is later on you cannot make changes as soon as you come to these logged cell. These are got logged, and I am using my keyboard to make changes. It says the cell or the chart you're trying to change is protected sheet. To make sure, unprotect the sheet and then you might be requested for extra password, right? So this is a protection. Usually what happens is I would protect a sheet only if it is very confidential and I don't want people to make changes to it, or I might have a fear that if I send this sheet to someone they might make changes. For example, there is some financial data or there is some calculation of their overtime, so I don't want them to make changes, so I will just give them a view to have a look and not to make changes, right? Just like edit rights. Okay, I'll just unprotected ABC. Okay, all right. Now let me come to data validation. Okay. From this, do you understand something? Have a look on this sheet, and you already have it in yours as well. You go to validation tab. Can someone tell me what this sheet talks about, or what do you think it is doing? Yes, no, maybe.
It seems like ticket and
Okay. I believe most of you might have tried going to the online ticket reservation
yes,
and
sir.
do a booking for yourself. What happens is when you go to a passenger section, you write a name. So, for example, I write my name and then Amit, Charu, and so on, right? And then when you go to define whether he's a male, female, you have a drop down over there, right? You select the drop down. In terms of age, you might not have a drop down, but this is an example to identify below 5 years, above 20, above 50, senior citizen, yes or no. And then over here, you see that they will come up with an option saying that you will have to submit your or show your Aadhaar to if you're a senior citizen. Okay. Now, why are these options given to us and what are they called? These are called validations, right? And why do we give validation on a website or on an Excel sheet? Is because example, I have an HR. Okay, HR says I have employee and employee code and education qualification. Okay, I have A, B, C, D, and so on employees. Employee code is this much. Okay, so this is the data that HR has populated, and she says this is the employee code, this is the name. I want the educational qualification of these folks. Okay, she sends it to the team leader or the manager or the class teacher, and says that tell them to go ahead and fill it up. Now, imagine I give this to 1,000 number of resources, and I say put it up. What they would do is one will come up and say BSc, one would say B space SC, one would say bachelor's, one would say bachelor of science, and they would definitely make spelling mistakes that I've just made. Okay, one would say an MBA, other would say a master's of business administration. Okay, now do you think this is the right data to provide the HR or anyone? Yes, no, maybe.
No, sir.
What do you think the data should look like?
The
Guesswork,
graduate,
guys.
graduate,
Graduate.
the graduate,
Graduate schooling. Nothing.
undergraduate,
Okay.
12th.
Okay. So what you mean to say is you
It
should
should
have some
be
generic, options over there, uh, so that the person just selects that option and only fills in what is required. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay. So imagine that the HR has already said that you only have to fill in over here, uh, 12th, or you can say higher secondary, graduate, and postgraduate, and 10th. Okay. So she has given you 4 options just to make sure that you don't write BSc, MSc, MBA, and all that stuff. Even after that, what happens is this person comes and say higher second. Okay, the other one says graduate, a wrong spelling. Other one says post grad. Other one says 10. Other one says 10th. And you will have some more people who have different ideology standard. Now you understand where are we coming from. Even if the HR has given you 4 options, then also there is an option that she will get different updates and wrong spellings and so on. So what we do to avoid this situation is we do a validation wherein we do not give the option to that candidate to fill anything apart from just these 4 options. Okay, so what I do is I come over here and I go to data and I do data validation and I select a list and I select what do we need from the list, only these options, and I click on OK. Now, as soon as I've done this, you see that I cannot write anything. I cannot write anything rubbish except for those 4 options. It would say the value doesn't match data validation restriction. Okay, I try to write BSc, enter, it would say again the same thing. That means I have a validation. This drop down, I would definitely have to select from this higher secondary. Okay, undo this, and all these options they would only have these selections that you can only select from these drop down. This way what happens is you would never land up in a different error situation. Anyone who could not understand what we are doing over here? Okay, so it makes sense that we have a validation so that the person, the end user who is using the Excel or he's using the web page, he does not fill anything else except what is required and what has been given. Okay, and that is the reason in different form online you already have a drop down and you only have to use. So similarly what has been done over here, just to show you or simulate the IRCTC, uh, we have the passenger name, sex, age, senior citizen, and what kind of meal do they want. So you will have to go ahead and just you'll have to just go ahead and select from the drop down and put what is the right option for you. Age, senior citizen, yes or no, meals. Okay, meal is not coming up, but I can create it. So I go over here, select this much, data selection, I select a list and I select from here veg and non-veg, click on OK, and now you'll get a drop down and select veg. Okay, now can any one of you tell me where did I get these validations from? All this they're listed over here. Give it a try. You're not going to die if you say wrong.
From L1 to L5, L4.
You're right. Absolutely. So
Comment.
what we do is whenever we want a data validation, first we'll have to identify what you want to give them. You want to give them these options. Okay. Then you will list them somewhere else. And then in the input cells, these are the input cells, the one that I will highlight for you. Okay, so
Sir,
here are the data validation. These are the data validation that you will get, and this is the place wherein you get the data validation done from. Okay, any questions on this?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Okay, So this is how we do. Now the data validation can be done for different things. For example, I don't want a name more than 25 characters. Okay, so I come over here and I go to data and I do a data validation and I write text length uh, should be less than 20. Let me imagine 20 characters. Over here, if you write a long name, it will give you an error that this value doesn't match the data validation restriction defined for this cell. That means over here I have selected that you would not write a name more than 20 characters. Okay, just as an example, you can increase it to 50 characters as well. Okay, so that is one part. You can also do a data validation on dates, right? On dates, on time, on text length, on custom, on whole number, decimal, whichever input you want, you can do it. You can also over here, if I go ahead into data validation, I can put input message. I can put input message. Please enter only 20 characters, and the same over here. I can put an error. I can put an error like error use only 20 characters. Click on OK, and you see it would show you as soon as you click please enter only 20 characters. On many website you see that when you click on that, it gives you a I button, I for India. Over here you can just go ahead and write anything then and try to see what happens. It comes up with an error as well, use only 20 characters. So these are all the options that you can use, and that makes your life easy. Okay, now just this small topic of, in case we have not gone through it. Now these are different formats of the Excel file. Like in Word you have a .doc file, um, and in these recent times of the Excel you have a Excel SX. So if I have a look over here, it's not showing up the extension, but these are the extensions for different Excel files, right? You have the latest one is Excel SX. Excel SM is for a macro enabled, where whichever file has a macro, it will show you that over here. A binary file is usually used for a heavy Excel files that want to be lowered in size, just like we zip some files. Excel S is an old version, and so on. So these are all different versions of Excel uh, that you might find depending on what version of Excel you're using. Okay, so you can go through the left hand side to find more on it, but mostly the top five, the top four, and CSV format, that is this one, the CSV format is usually used, comma separated values. This is for plain text, and that is why we use text to column for that. Okay, uh, let me see if there's something else. Um, okay, we can think about one more thing. Okay, in Excel you have a what if analysis, right? Here is the what if analysis, and you have a goal seek function. You have a scenario manager, you have a goal seek function. So I'll tell you how it works is just like in your school time you might have done, uh, you have x plus 25 is equals to 56. So a kind of this example, right, wherein you want to find x. So these are similar goal seek analysis in Excel that helps you to make changes to your answers depending on your input. So as a very basic example is you have a sale uh, unit price. So unit price over here of anything that you're selling is around 567 rupees, and unit sold is around 900, and then total earning, you multiply this by this. A simple way of getting into the analysis. Now, what my analysis want is, I say that I want to analyze something. And what does that analysis? I go to goal seek first, and I say I want to set the cell, this, the total earning, to a value that is I want 91,000. Okay. And why, how do I want this? I want to increase my earning ideally, right? And what do I need to make changes to increase my earning? I say that I want to change the unit price, or I can say it's sold item. I click on OK. What does it do? It calculates and it does an analysis to understand what is your requirement and how do you achieve that requirement. Okay. Now I have undone this, and I simply tell you that okay, we have 15 unit price, 900 sold or 90 sold. Now this is easy for you. Now you have 15 units, you sold you sold 90 units, and each unit costs for 1500. Example, a ball. Okay. And you come to a total earning. Now you are into up, you say that, yeah, I want to increase my earning on daily basis. I should get 5000. Apply your mind, a layman's mind, what would you do to achieve 5000? This is simple maths. I think someone can answer this.
Increase the number of units sold.
Increase the number of units sold. Okay. Another alternative?
Or increase the price of the unit.
Okay, great. Can you calculate this if I want you to just increase the number of unit? If I want this to be increased, can you calculate?
Yes, sir.
How do we do that? You want 5000 rupees per day, daily. On the same day, you want, you know, the unit price is fixed. You're not changing the unit price. That is 15. You can say the cost or selling price. How many should you sell to get 5000?
Sir, we will divide 5000 by 15.
Divide 5000 by 15. So that means you have to sell around 334 units.
Yes, sir.
This specifically, I have given you a small example, but this is what we use what if for. You go to this part, goal seek, and you tell them that this earning, I want this earning to be 5000. Okay. And you then advise that what do you want to change. Obviously the unit sold is what I want to change. I click on OK and click on OK. It comes up with the answer, that is 333.33. This is what you need to do to achieve a 5000 per day of income. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So this covers almost all the important topics of our curriculum. uh, i I mean, we are all free now to go. People who have a question can stay, uh, and people who don't have can drop off. Recordings will be available. You will get it from the institute. Let me know who
So
all
can I
have
get?
questions.
Can you please give me a number or mail ID again?
Yes, okay. Number, mail ID. Let me get that to you. So here you go with the number and mail ID. You don't need to write it. I'm sending it on the chat. Just copy it somewhere.
Sir, I was not able to find that name one thing, define manager, name manager.
Okay, park your question. Okay, guys. Anything else? apart from those folks who need some answers to their question, they can stay. Rest of you can drop off. Thank you so much for your patience. Obviously.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, just give all of them 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Whoever wants to drop, let them drop, and then we can get started. I mean, I'm surprised. Some folk don't want to talk at all when they're questioned. Some folk don't want to drop off when they don't have questions. Okay, go ahead. What was your question? You were talking about name manager. What's your name?
Kanish, sir.
Kanish. Okay, Kanish. For name manager, can you tell me which tab do I click on?
Sir, formulas.
Yes, sir.
Formula. Great, wonderful. So you go to formulas, and in name manager,
But
you
sir,
just have to.
sir, name manager option is not even coming.
You're using the Mac, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Kanish, I'm so sorry. I really have no idea about Mac.
Uh,
Uh,
but
you
sir,
will
there are
have to Google
two
it
different
or look
options.
for some help from Mac user.
Okay, sir.
But honestly, it should be somewhere there on the Excel, provided you're not using a very old version of Excel. It would be somewhere there. It's just that you're not able to find it. It might be possibly through the Mac settings of the that. Uh, Google it and just see how to find name manager on
Share the screen, sir.
Mac Excel. It will get you the answer.
Sir, should I share the screen? You can find it.
It would be like consuming a lot of time. So I would suggest you try it on Google.
Okay, no problem, sir. Thank you.
You're welcome. Anyone else with any other question?
Hello. Excuse me, sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hello.
Yeah, Newton, I'm able to hear you.
Yes, sir. My name is Mubarak.
Mubarak.
Yes, sir. My first
Okay.
क्लास is missing. मैं ज्वाइन नहीं कर पाया था नेटवर्क इश्यूज की वजह से तो मैं रिकॉर्डेड देख रहा था लेकिन बहुत सारी प्रॉब्लम्स हो रही है उसमें क्योंकि आज भी मैंने बहुत सारी चीजें नहीं समझ पाया था तो
ओके जस्ट आप मुझे बताओ टॉपिक्स बताओ जो समझ में नहीं आया आपको
सर बहुत ज्यादा कंफ्यूजन है तो मैं इसको पहले रिकॉर्डेड मैं पहले इसको करूंगा फिर नहीं आएगा तो अगर पहले जो रिकॉर्डेड है मैं उसको मंगाऊंगा और देन फिर प्रैक्टिस करके फिर डाउट सेशन में तो ये
या
कैसे
दैट वुड बी द बेस्ट ऑप्शन आप यू आर वेलकम आप पहले रिकॉर्डिंग को सुनिए एक दो बार ओके एंड बिफोर दैट ये जितनी भी शीट्स है ना शुरू से आखिर तक you have to go through these sheets because you have not gone through the class right so apart from recording I would first suggest you go through the sheets there is a lot of content on these sheets top to bottom you scroll down आप scroll down करोगे आपको बहुत content मिलेगा तो हर sheet पे सिर्फ वो सामने वाली sheet नहीं आप scroll down करोगे आपको और content मिलेगा ज़्यादातर sheets पे go through the theory over there do the options that you see and then start seeing the recording that would help you and I'm sure 90% of your problems would get resolved.
Thank you.
All right, you're welcome. Anyone else with any question?
Sir, I have a
Yeah.
question. ये जो आपने काउंट इफ बताया था उसमें आपने बोला था कि हम लोग रो भी सेलेक्ट कर सकते हैं पर अगर मैं रो सेलेक्ट करके वो कर रही थी तो आंसर 0 आ रहा था
रो सेलेक्ट करके आप अपना स्क्रीन शेयर करिए मैंने स्टॉप कर दिया स्क्रीन शेयर
सर अभी वो मेरे को देखना पड़ेगा कि मतलब मैंने किधर किया था वो
कोई बात नहीं आप ढूंढ लीजिए वी हैव टाइम
सर देयर इज Sir, is it visible?
No, it's not. It's visible now.
सर ये HCL था और ये इन्फोसिस था, मतलब मैं कुछ भी लिख ले रही हूँ।
ओके
और जो आपने काउंट इफ बताया था,
ओके आप करिए, काउंट इफ करिए।
सपोज मैंने ये सेलेक्ट किया CC और
भी
फिर
सेलेक्ट कर लिया आपने।
0 आ रहा है ये।
आपने फॉर्मूला पूरा लगाया ही नहीं, दिखाइएगा दोबारा फॉर्मूला। आपने किया कॉलम सी को सेलेक्ट किया आपने, और आप कह रहे हो कॉलम सी से मुझे HCL ढूंढ के दो। आपको HCL कहीं दिख रहा है कॉलम सी में?
नहीं।
कॉलम सी में जब HCL है ही नहीं तो वो ढूंढेगा कहाँ से? उसने तो अपने दिमाग लगा लिया एक्सेल ने, उसने देखा कॉलम सी में, छांटा उसने, उसने सारी जगह HCL ढूंढा, उसको कहीं नहीं मिला तो उसने आपको बता दिया कि 0 HCL हैं कॉलम सी में।
ठीक है सर।
आप इसी को लगाइए कॉलम ए में। अब इक्वल्स टू काउंट इफ, काउंट इफ ब्रैकेट शुरू करिए, काउंट इफ के बाद ये टैब दबाइए। ठीक है, अब कॉलम ए सेलेक्ट कर लीजिए। ठीक है, और कॉमा करके HCL सेलेक्ट कर दीजिए। अब एंटर करिए। अब मिल गए आपको 5 HCL लिखे हुए हैं कॉलम ए में।
यस सर।
ऑलराइट,
थैंक यू सर।
ओके, और you're welcome. Anyone else with any question? Okay, I think rest of you are possibly you've just not disconnected and you're away from your system. So thank you so much. Bye bye.
Bye sir.